again, for most of our classes today, we will be doing odds than evens. That is, with the exception of the Dorpers. Both the Dorper classes, the entire class will come to the ring when we call it, so just be aware of that. We have a phone that was found in the ladies' restroom. If you're missing your phone, you can come up here to the announcer stand. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to welcome everyone to the 2023 San Angelo Stock Show, Junior Market Goat Show, and Junior Market Lamb Show. We are about ready to get started. At this time, if you will please pause and direct your attention towards the American flag. First, we are going to have our invocation, which is brought to us from Steely Blanick, Tom Green County 4-H.
If you will please remove your hats and bow your heads. Dear Lord, thank you for this wonderful day you have made. We humbly come before you today in appreciation for all you have created. Thank you, Jesus, for your sacrifices so that we may be resurrected to God and set free from the bondage of our sins. Thank you for enduring so much suffering on our behalf. I pray that we have the same kind of strength to endure life for your sake. Please protect our hearts and minds today. Help us to rise above the negativity, harshness, and division that seems to be taking over our world. Please help us to focus our thoughts on things that are right, pure, and true. Help us to be slow to anger. Please give us your wisdom and fill us with your peace. May we show the same grace to others that you show to us. Lord, please be with the judge. May he have the strength he needs to face what is before him today. We know not what today will bring forth, but make us ready, Lord, for whatever it may be. In your name we pray, amen.
And now we have Ms. Colette Sharon with Alpine FFA bringing our national anthem.
Oh, say, can see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last beaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rang clear, the bombs bursting in air gave proof to the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Outstanding. Thank you, ladies. Okay, what a great way to start the morning. We're about ready to get rolling with our Class 1 Market Goats and Class 1 Fine Wool Lambs.
On the goat side, we are missing exhibitors 48439 and 48731. Please check in. our goat side, we have Mr. Josh Coons of Seymour, Texas as our judge. Josh, his wife Courtney, and son Grady are from Seymour. He currently works for the Texas A&M AgriLife Extension Service as the County Extension Agent for Ag and Natural Resources and 4-H in Baylor County, and has been in that position for 8 years. Prior to becoming a county extension agent, Josh was a high school ag teacher and FFA advisor in Lafayette, Indiana, and Throckmorton, Texas. Josh and his family also raise show lambs, a business that started as a 4-H project when he was 13 and continues today with the addition of show goats and white Dorper hair sheep. Josh has judged multiple species in 22 states, including shows at the Oklahoma Youth Expo, the North American, Arizona National, and the Cow Palace. Folks, let's give our goat judge a big round of applause.
We have our even-numbered lambs and goats for Class 1 check in at the holding. Even numbers. Today for our market lamb show, we have a lead judge and associate judge for today's event. Our lead judge is Brian Riley of Schulzburg, Wisconsin. Brian and his wife Jacy own and operate Impact Hamps, a flock of about 300 head of Hampshire weather type ewes. Brian has had the opportunity to judge state fairs and major lamb shows across the country, highlighted by the North American Livestock Expo in Louisville, Houston Livestock Show, San Antonio, and now the San Angelo Livestock Show. Our associate judge is Justin Nathan. He is no stranger to the sheep industry. Justin grew up in a small town in northeast Nebraska where his family started out raising Dorsets. Justin then took the chance in college and invested in a group of blackface ewes and established Nathan Club Lambs. Nathan Club Lambs has now grown to a 500 head flock with a heavy focus on their flush and ET program. Justin and his wife Tori not only own and operate Nathan Club Lambs together, but they also work for show circuit online sales and manage the sheep team. Justin and Tori have a 10-month-old son named Jagger and currently reside at their new home in Chapman, Kansas. Folks, let's give our lamb judges a welcome applause. On the goat side, we will need a parent for the first and second place goats to come to the ring after each class. We're still missing 8 goats for Class 1. If you have a goat for Class 1, you need to be in the holding area. For this show, our market lamb floor price is going to be $1.18 a pound. Division 1 market goat floor price will be $2.27 a pound. Division 2 goat price will be $2.02 a pound. And Division 3 will be $1.72 a pound. Exhibitors, if you get first through fourth in your class today, we do need a photo at the backdrop. So again, first, second, third, and fourth for both sides will need pictures. Give these exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring. Our official show photographer is Devin Sisk Photography. Be sure and check out their website. You can view and order photos online, devinsiskphotography.com. We are missing 45846, 48738, 48740, and 51810. Those are goat exhibitors, and your class is in the ring. We can have our odd-numbered Class 2 goats and lambs check in at the staging. Odd-numbered Class 2. Once again, we had a phone found in the ladies' restroom. If you're missing your phone, which has a background picture of a dog, you might come up here to the stage to retrieve your phone. Thank you, goat exhibitors. Let's give these lamb exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring. Once again, your odd-numbered Class 2 fine wolves and odd-numbered Class 2 goats should be checking in. Once again, the Texas Lamb Breeders Association is proud to partner with the San Angelo Livestock Show and Rodeo in supporting the youth of Texas exhibiting market lambs. This partnership began in 2008, and since 2009, the TLBA has contributed $1,047,175 to 4-Hers and FFA members here in San Angelo. Each year, the TLBA awards $1,000 to all 5th through 9th place lambs in the fine wool cross, South Down, and medium wool breeds, and $1,000 to the 3rd and 4th place Dorpers. The Texas Lamb Breeder Association consists of over 200 members dedicated to producing quality Texas-raised lambs for our young people. We appreciate the support of the Texas Lamb Breeder Association.
The Texas Goat Breeders Association is excited to partner with the San Angelo Stock Show and Rodeo with a stellar set of Texas-bred market wethers. TGBA is thrilled to offer $1,000 within the 1st through 10th place exhibitors incentives to exhibitors with valid TGBA tags this year. In 2024, this junior market goat show will move to a TGBA requirement that must be met in order to exhibit at the San Angelo Stock Show. Texas Goat Breeders Association is an organization of Texas goat breeders who support and recognize Texas youth who buy goats from Texas goat breeders, who are members of the TGBA and show these goats at Texas major stock shows. The top youth eligible for premium with TGBA tags will receive $100 when they place in premium lists at the Texas major stock shows. The TGBA was formed in April of 2019 and is open to any breeder of goats in the state of Texas. The TGBA would like to thank the San Angelo Stock Show and Rodeo, the Texas Validation Committee, county agents, and ag teachers for their partnership and support. TGBA is committed to providing support to the Texas 4-H and FFA goat exhibitors. We appreciate the support of the Texas Goat Breeders Association.
Let's give these lamb exhibitors a nice round of applause as they exit the arena.
Well, good morning to everyone ringside. Certainly very, very excited to be here this morning to work with your kids and their Go projects. And boy, I tell you, an exciting first class here. And ringside, you can probably tell too that, you know, we had a little bit of everything in that first class. I think that was a mixed bag of show stock and certainly some differences in terms of presentation, the way they handle, and the way they come together. And so maybe my top five has a little bit of this and a little bit of that, I think, and some give and take. And so I wouldn't argue if you'd want to maybe switch a couple places here, I think. But for me, I think maybe a pair of them that come to the top end that suit me the best in terms of just combining that show goat look and an athlete and a muscular kind of a package that are fresh and have some substance and some feature to them. For me, between 1 and 2, and I think if you want to compare those two, and I don't like to do that a whole lot, but I think the class winner just has more stoutness at the ground and maybe hooks up just a fraction better in his hip loin there. Wish he'd get his tail up a little more there on the side, but man, that one's extended, still ties his underline together well enough for me, and when he comes at you, those first two goats are probably the most opened up in their heart and their chest floor. Love the forearm shape of that class winner there, and like I said, you get your hands on him, and he's the freshest to me in terms of his touch and his hide, his skin coat there. I think things come together the best for me there at the ground all the way up to lead off with. Young man's got a nice one in second, does a nice job getting that one stuffed there on the side for me. Man, talk about one that's long-bodied. I think that one is incredibly long-bodied, and I think maybe works to his disadvantage a little bit as we go in for close inspection on him, right through his loin there, into his upper hip. Just like to maybe just square him up there a little bit more. He's a little greener of the top 3 or 4 there, if you will, in terms of touch and tone. Like to stouten him up to the ground there as well in his bone and foot size. But just an athletic looking kind of a weather that really props up awfully good there on the side view. A pair of them, I think, that go together pretty well there on the top end. The goat that comes to us here in 3, first one I pulled there off the walk, and man, when that one comes in, just his head shape, his ear, his forearm comes in the ring there, and man, I thought here's one we can build around as we get him out here on the side view. Sure, he's probably one of the more dynamic on a 3/4 view, just the base of his rib and his center body there. I'd like to make him a rib longer, maybe just give him a little more reach up out of his blade there when we set that guy into motion. But man, he's presented really good. The guy does a nice job of sticking him there on the brace. Again, just maybe make him just a rib longer. Of the 5 there, he's maybe one of the softer over his mid-rib, I think, for this weight. We get into 4 and 5, and 2 of them that maybe power up a little bit more through their upper hip and their stifle and their inner legs from behind. That man's got one there in 4 that's good in terms of his freshness, his back shape's good in terms of his feature and bone work. Gets a little ridge in his hop, a little more breastplate up front, just a little more maturity, I think, as we study his bug and his neck and his breast there and his shoulder blade than maybe those 3 right above him. Young man rounds out the top 5 here. Very muscular, wide built, just powerfully constructed kind of a deal. Just like to make him a notch prettier there on the side as we look up through his neck. Neck's getting a little thicker there at the base of his neck. Kind of hooks in a little low for me to get him up any higher there. Boy, good class as we go on through here. Maybe just some goats that need just a little bit more muscle. Maybe a little more shape right behind their blade there. Kind of open them up a little bit more. Good class. If you would, do me a favor. Let's congratulate these young people for working hard this morning here in Class 1.
We do need a parent for the first and second place goats to come to the show ring.
Results from Class 1 Market Goats. 10th place was Madeline Meadows of Eula FFA. Breeder was Two Springs Show Goat. 9th, Calvin Stewart, Randall County 4-H. Breeder is Triple D Livestock. 8th, Raina Epley, Lynn County 4-H. Breeder is Epley Show Goat. 7th was Nathaniel Casares, Randall County 4-H. 6th, Zayla Millen, Reeves County 4-H. Breeder is Blue Ribbon Show Goat. 5th, Cody Nichols, Reeves County 4-H. Breeder is Blue Ribbon Show Goat. 4th, Hayes Hawthorne, Tahoka FFA. Breeder is Titanium Livestock. 3rd, Caden Fox, Post FFA. Breeder is Morgan Livestock. 2nd place, Cooper Lemon, Harold FFA. And our class winner was Taylor Walker, Florence FFA. Breeder was Mark and Stephanie Ebling. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Well, it sure is a pleasure to be back in Texas to work through the sheep here at San Angelo. I know Justin and I are really excited about taking a look at all the lambs and being able to compare and contrast these things as they come in the ring and get our hands on them. And I think out here in these finals, I think it really kind of lays the groundwork on what I'm going to be looking for the next couple days. I really like to look at sheep and evaluate sheep on the move. I know some of these can be a little stubborn and not move as nice as some of the other breeds we get into. That's not take anything away from them. I think all these sheep that come out here that make our sift, you know, are the correct build and the correct kind, and then it kind of gets down into some real finer points that I'm looking for that starts to elevate them ones towards the top of the class, and I think that's where we end up with this one that wins the class here. He's a sheep that comes out to the ring, moves pretty well. He's one that's got a pretty good makeup in his skeletal structure. I'd like to change him in his underline just a little bit. He gets a little deeper in his forerib for me if I'm going to critique him. But that's the only critique on this guy, because once you get up over top of him, he's opened up in his rib cage. I think these finals have really changed over the years that I've been able to evaluate him when I come down here. I do think we've really given these a lot more rib shape. This sheep's got a really good rib shape in him. He's really opened up in the center portion of his body, which I really will emphasize over the next couple days, just that internal dimension that they have. And the thing that this one really excels where he ends up on top of this class is when you get your hands on him. He's a big racked one. He's a big loin. He's big-ended. He's really trim. He's really fresh. You just really like his handling characteristics about him. He's wide-based when he's coming at you. He's wide-based going away from you. He's super correct on his feet and legs. And like I said, if I was going to critique him, I'd change his underline just ever so slightly, but that's being a little critical on one that puts everything together from front to rear in a really good uniform package. He comes out here and wins the class. Young lady sheep that comes to us in second is one, if we're going to compare those two, he is really good in his underline. You know, that's the only spot really that this sheep in second then excels over the one in first. He is too. He's one that comes out. He moves out really good. He's good on his feet and legs. Again, he's opened up in the center portion of his rib cage. I like the internal dimension of this one. He just doesn't handle quite as nice as the sheep that wins the class. Big racked, not as fresh over his rib cage, not as fresh over his top line. He's big-ended. I like him from behind. I like him that he just progressively gets wider as you evaluate him from the rear. He's one that if we could freshen him up just a little bit more, he'd be more acceptable for me today, but two really nice ones on that top end there. Young man sheep that comes to us here in third. Again, when this sheep hits the ring, you really like the show ring presence of this one. Ton of eye appeal, presented extremely good, excellent on his feet and legs. He's one that you also like the internal body dimension of this one. You like his overall muscle volume that he has. He's one, though, that just doesn't possess any real wow factor to him. He's one that just isn't fresh today. He's a little over-conditioned compared to the two that stand in front of him. He gives up just a little bit of rack shape. He's a big-ended one. You like him when you study him on his rear end. You like his big hip, his big loin, and his big end. I just like, again, just to trim him up a little bit more, just to give him a little bit more rack expression to contend with the two sheep in front of him. Sheep that comes to us down here in fourth, again, he's one From an eye appeal standpoint, you really like him when he hits the ring. I think from a body conformation, he's really good. He's very good on his feet and legs. I personally like the body length of this guy. He's not a real long-bodied one. He's more of a shorter-bodied one that holds himself together from front to rear. He's tall-fronted. He's athletic. But when you get your hands on this one, he just gives up a lot of shape. When we get up over on top of his rack shape, he just doesn't have near the muscularity of the sheep that stand in front of him. Therefore, he's a natural fit down here in 4th Force as we evaluate this class. Young lady's lamb down here that's in 5th, again, is one with a lot of show ring presence. Comes out, moves about the ring really nice. Just a little more conventional. Good in his lines, good in his body makeup. Just a little more conventional compared to the ones that stand in front of him. He's one, too, that just doesn't have quite the muscle characteristics and the muscle handle and the trimness and freshness as the sheep that stand up there in 1 and 2 for me to move him up any higher today. But a really nice set of fine wolves to start this show out with. Thank you. Nice job. Little sheep. Nice job. Nice job out there.
Your even-numbered Class 2 goats can be checking in at staging. Thank you, goat exhibitors. Missing 3 goats to check in. Tag numbers 48754, tag 41394, and tag 34661. You need to check in. We need that second place goat from Class 1 to check in at the testing area. Second place goat from Class 1. Results from the Class 1 fine wool lambs. 10th place was Daniela Adcock of Lakeview FFA, breeder of Smithwick Club Lambs. 9th was Eduardo Sanchez, Zapata County 4-H, breeder of Zinsmeyer Showstock. 8th was Reed Schultz of Kendall County 4-H, breeder of Zinsmeyer Showstock. 7th went to Quinn Dixon, Sterling City FFA, breeder is Justin and Bridget Jonas. 6th was Presley Barrett, Tom Green County 4-H, breeder is Long Club Lambs. 5th went to Stella Sprayberry, Jones County 4-H, breeder is Stoltz Sheep Company. 4th was Wyatt Hawes, B County 4-H, breeder is Stoltz Sheep Company. 3rd went to Dawson Smithwick, Runnels County 4-H, breeder was Smithwick Club Lambs. 2nd went to Addison Killam, Tom Green County 4-H, breeder is Long Club Lambs. And our class winner was Raider McFall, Reagan County 4-H, breeder is Long Club Lambs. Congratulations to these exhibitors. Class 2 goats, your class is walking in the ring. Need tag numbers 41808, 41394, and 34661. If you have not done so, your even-numbered Class 2 fine wools should be checking in. Once again, still missing 2 goat exhibitors. Classes in the ring. Those are tags 41394 and 34661. Your Class 3 odd goats can check in at the staging. Class 3 odds. Folks, just a friendly reminder, we do ask that you try to keep the aisles clear as possible to allow these exhibitors to get to the ring, especially on this south end of the show ring. Thank you, lamb exhibitors. Once again, your even-numbered Class 2 fine wolves should be checking in if they have not done so. Even-numbered Class 2 fine wolves. Tag 44416 on the lamb side. You need to check in. 44416. Again, our first and seconds will be tested during the day, but they will wait until they are done showing, and that's when they will need to go to the testing area. Also, we will have some random tests throughout the day as well. So for this Class 2 market goats, the 7th place from Class 2 goats will go to the testing area. Thank you, goat exhibitors. Thank you, lamb exhibitors. We need some goat exhibitors to check in. 52899, 52439, 52223, 50639, 50603, and 36881. Class 3 odd numbered lambs can check in. Class 3 odd numbered lambs can check in. If you happen to find a missing GMC key fob, please turn it in at the office. We're missing a GMC key fob. Please turn it in at the office. Thank you, lamb exhibitors. We need several vehicles to please move. They're blocking certain areas. A white Chevrolet, license plate 1424299. A gray Toyota LRG-6383. And a gray Cadillac PJB 0549. Please move those vehicles.
Well, as we work into Class 2 here, I think, and as expected, I think as we get into some of these heavier lightweights and the middleweights here, the water's going to get a little deeper, and then we're going to get some more similarities on top here, and I think that's the case maybe with 1, 2, and 3, and even 4. I think as these things come together, we're maybe kind of starting to line up kind of what I like to see, and I know a lot of people ringside are probably trying to figure out what Josh Coons wants in a show goat. And it's no secret. I just want a good one, athletic, high quality, good built ones that are structurally correct and have enough muscle. And obviously we've got maybe one of the stouter, more pulled apart ones at the top end here, and I dig that. I do. But they got to come with some proportions. They got to come with some look and some elevation. They've got to come with some of that extra, I think. If I could change him, I'd like to maybe just give him a little more reach and tallness up front when he gets out and moves out, because from that one at the ground up, man, that one is wide made. He's opened up in his chest. He's got a huge forearm in him, big rib cage, and certainly handle isn't an issue on him. Easily more than enough power and muscle for me. Like I said, if we could change him, we'd maybe just lift him a little bit more up through his shoulder blade there and up through the point of his, or the crest of his neck there, just make him a little bit taller when he moves out. But that one right there on a 3/4 view and from behind is the most dynamic. He's the most opened up, and still, like I said, he's got enough elevation up through his chest in relation to his center body and flank on his underline there for me to go ahead and use. From the side, man, I dig this one in 2 here. That one is good to look at. That one will take a great picture there on the side. Tall fronted, level spine. Square out of his hip there. I guess for me, that one's just maybe got to pack a little more of a punch to him, especially up through his upper hip. You could argue maybe just give him a little bit more feature there at the ground, a little more substance to run with that class winner. But that one's got a great look on the side. He's correct in terms of his feet and legs. He's probably even set back further in his knee and got a better angle to his shoulder up front than that lead weather does. But like I said, I think maybe just a little bit more umph in him as we get over the back and put our hands on him to get up over that class winner. The goat coming here in 3, boy, that one has got a great big forearm in him, and just he is wild when he comes at you. His head, his ears, just that forearm and shoulder blade, that thing just comes in the ring and demands your attention, and certainly does the same when we get over the back of him. He's got as much inner leg and thigh as any, and as much bone work there as any in the class. I guess for me, as we study him on the side, he's maybe a little coarser in his look up front. He wants to roll out of his hip there just a fraction more. He's got a little more of a jump muscle there as well. He doesn't quite put together the balance and the quality there from the side as maybe I'd like to see in one. But man, that one right there has got a tremendous carcass, tremendous amount of power and shape and power from behind. Likewise with the 4th place goat. That one handles extremely well. Big fresh back in that one, big wide loin edge. A little different in terms of his height, and maybe just doesn't give you a great look there in terms of just his height and his skin as some of those right above him. The biggest thing for me is that one's rear legs. When we get right behind him and right under him, we've got to just fix those hops. They turn in too much for me and get too straight when we set him in motion and even when we crank him up. But from there forward, I thought there was enough good and uniqueness in that one and power and look to not get him there in the top 5. Goat coming here in 5, I think maybe the most immature and greenest of the group that we've got out here to talk about. She does a nice job getting him set up there. He's a goat that's got a great height to him, a good touch. He's not as dynamic and powerful in his muscle shape and width and tone. And certainly we'd maybe just like to stouten him up and give him a bit more power out of his upper hip there and level him out of his hip there just a fraction more, I think, to get him up into that top 4. As we go over here into 6 and 7, a couple of powered up goats, tons of muscle and shape in him. Just like to maybe make that one better in his top line. 7 comes out, getting a little juicy over his ribs there. Another one coming out here. We just like to open up through his loin edge and out through his upper hip, I think, to get into that top 5. If you would, just join me in congratulating Class 2. Nice job to these kids.
Results for Class 2 goats. 10th place, Wyatt Carbon, Gillespie County 4-H. 9th, Jenna Graves, Sunray FFA, breeder is Cowley Show Goats. 8th, Hal Moore, Tom Green County 4-H. 7th, Cooper Lemon, Harold FFA, breeder is Richardson Livestock. 6th, Hannah Crosser, Coast FFA, breeder is No Step Ranch. 5th, Luke Tucker, Palo Pinto County 4-H. 4th, Coda Davis, Sutton County 4-H, breeder is Sanders Show Goats. 3rd, Carly Talbert, Runnels County 4-H, breeder is Talbert Show Goats. 2nd went to Nolan Laminack, Tom Green County 4-H. And our class winner was Cooper Evans, Burnett County 4-H, breeder is Evans Livestock. Congratulations.
another nice class of fine wolves that come at us. I think in this class, there's probably a few different types and kinds, and some of those that I'd like to, smash together if we could to make the real ideal one that I'm looking for. But, when we start to boil it all down and analyze these things, the one that comes at us here in first is the one that puts the most things together that I'm looking for into one package, and therefore he comes up here to the top of the class. I think what really sets him apart is when we move these things around and we set him in motion. He really moves out good. He's on a good set of feet and legs. He gets a little off in his underline. He's a little tighter in his flank in relation to his forerib. I'd like to change that about him. But I think his top line is real good. If I could change that underline, I'd like to just a little bit in his chest floor. When we study that guy's top line and we get handling that guy's rack, he's big racked, he's really trim, he's opened up in the center portion of his rib. He excels there in comparison to some of the others in class. He progressively gets wider as we study him from front to rear. He's big loin, he's big in his upper hip, and he's big in his stifle. Put all that together with the way he moves. He's tall fronted, he's athletic. I think he comes out here and wins this class fairly handily. Sheep that aligns with the one that wins the class the closest is the sheep that comes to us down here in second. He's not as tall fronted, he's not as athletic in his makeup. When he's stuck, when you get him out moving around, he's not as high-headed and elevated as we get moving those things around. He's got the similar type of rib cage to him that the sheep that wins the class. He's opened up in the center portion of his body. He's a big backed one, a big loined one. He's not as expressive in his rack shape, and he's not as trim as the sheep that wins the class. A lot of muscle shape to this sheep. I think that's a good 1-2 pair up there when we put everything together, get these things moving around, and the way they're built, the way they walk, and the way they handle. I think those two come out here and stand 1-2 fairly easily. Sheep that comes to me down here in third is one that, again, I think the sheep just handles tremendously. He's trim, he's fresh, he's big racked, he's big loin, he's big ended. But when we start to study this guy, he's just not as flexible in his spine. He's really tight in his spine when he gets moving around. He's just one that just doesn't move with as much eye appeal as the two sheep that stand in front of him. His underline, I'd like to change that about him too. If it was only on one characteristic alone and muscle handling, muscle characteristics, he's one I think that's tremendous there. But since it is a show, we do want him to look good. We do want him to have some eye appeal. We do want him to move around the ring eloquently, or at least I do. He's one that's where he just gives up a little bit. He's just tight in that spine is the best way to say it in relation to the two sheep that stand in front of him. But he's a sheep I really do like the muscle shape that he comes to this class with today. Lamb that's down here in fourth again, he's one that's presented extremely good. He's a show sheep. He gets out here and moves good. When we really get to analyzing this guy from front to rear, when we get up over top of him, he's one that just gets really narrow in the center portion of his body, which makes him just, that much flatter as you start to analyze him compared to the sheep that stand in front of him. The sheep that stand in front of him are all bold, opened up in their rib cage, still have a tremendously smooth shoulder in him. This one, it's just easier to get a smoother shoulder into their rib cage when they're flat like that. It's harder when you get them round rib to get them really smooth. This one's smooth when we study him from front to rear. He's just not opened up in the center portion of his body as much. He's really good in his spine. He's really flexible that way compared to the sheep that stands in front of him. He stands down here in fourth because he just gives up a lot of shape and a lot of muscle. When I'm studying sheep and analyzing sheep, I want their skeleton to be right. I want them to be flexible. I want their spine to be flexible. I want them to move. Then let's pack as much muscle onto him as we can. This one does all those other things. Just muscularity is where he ends up down here in fourth. Next young man down here in fifth. Again, he's a sheep that's built right, good on his feet and legs, good in his skeleton, good in his lines and everywhere. He's just not as fresh, not as muscular and trim as the sheep that stand in front of him. He's one that just kind of naturally stands down here in fifth. Can't critique him a whole lot, but there's nothing that he just really excels in either from a muscularity standpoint or from an eye appeal standpoint. He's just a good, complete, solid sheep to complete this class here in the middles.
Your even-numbered Class 3 goats will be checking in if they have not done so. goat side, we're missing 55032, 52899, 47268, and 42544. You need to be checked in.
Goat exhibitors, your class is about to go in the ring, and we are still missing 52899, 47268, and 42544. Your group is going in the ring. Results from Class 2 Fine Wool Lambs. 10th place, Davis Etheridge, Highland FFA, Breeders' Long Club Lambs. 9th, Ben Sprayberry, Jones County 4-H, Breeders' Stultz Sheep Company. 8th, Riley Valenkamp, Runnels County 4-H, Breeders' Smithwick Club Lambs. 7th, Atlanta Bolin, Ariane FFA, Breeders' Mad Dog Sheep Company. 6th was Avery Cordis, Leon County 4-H, Breeders' Banowski Club Lambs. 5th place, Rhett Dixon, Sterling City FFA, Breeders' Justin and Bridget Jonas. 4th, Curry Smithwick, Runnels County 4-H, Breeders' Smithwick Club Lambs. 3rd, Steely Thomas, Wall FFA, Breeders' Thomas Livestock. 2nd, Cale Doherty, Williamson County 4-H, Breeders' Long Club Lambs. And our class winner was Raider McFall, Reagan County 4-H, Breeders' Long Club Lambs. Congratulations. Your even-numbered Class 3 fine wheels can be checking in even-numbered Class 3 fine wheels. On the Lamb side, the 7th place out of this Class 3 fine wheels will need to go to the testing area. Thank you, Lamb exhibitors. We're having to wait on some to get checked in. Please, when we call for you, please come and check in promptly. Once again, your even-numbered Class 3 should be checking in if they have not done so. Our first and second place goats from classes 1 and 2 can check in at the holding area for the goat side. Your odd-numbered Class 4 fine wolves can check in at the holding area, odd-numbered Class 4. Okay, question that gets asked quite often is when we will break for lunch. On the lamb side, we're going to break for lunch after the first class of fine wool crosses, which on the list is class 7. And on the goat side, it'll be after the second class out of Division 2, which is also class 7. And the lunch break will be approximately 45 minutes at that time. Thank you, lamb exhibitors.
Once again, your first and second place goats from class 1 and 2 should be checked in for the division drive. And your odd numbered class 4 fine wools should be checked in.
Once again, we will take about a 45-minute lunch break after Class 7 final crosses and after Class 7 market goats. Let's give these lamb exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring.
get into this Class 3, the heavy of the light division, and I'll tell you, I think I had to make some close calls in this deal, and especially in this top 5 lineup. You know, as a show judge, when they come in 2 heats, you never really know what's going to come next in the next heat, or what's going to come there towards the end of the class, and so you kind of got to play the cards in your head a little bit there, and on how many you've got, and I kept more in this class than I have in the previous. And in that second wave, I didn't pull any because there was about 3 or 4 right out of the gate that I thought were pretty nice, and I didn't want to end up keeping half the class on a first pull without putting my hands on them. So we let them all slide by in that second heat, and ended up getting a couple of them up here that I didn't pull, and so I did that on purpose because I thought there were several pretty nice ones that came in there, and to be honest, there's trade-offs in this deal, and of the 3 classes that we've seen today, you know, I don't know if maybe one of them that hit me at the top end is just really went in my wheelhouse. I'd like to change a few things about all of them, but you know, when I select livestock, I guess I always go back to, well, you know, which ones are the hardest ones to make from a breeder's perspective, and which ones are the most unique, and those that just kind of, you know, keep you going to the barn every night at 2 in the morning and checking things. And so for me, I ask myself that in every class, and I think this one right here that leads off with, for me, answers that question. You know, I think that one is the most difficult to make in terms of just being just so athletic in his look and his build, his body shape. I'm not going to argue with you. I think he needs more upper hip and maybe a little more inner leg there when we get right under him. But from there on, I think that, you know, just the skeleton of that goat, and that one's designed for me is the one that I like so much in this particular drive. Like I said, we could change him right there out of his hip and his inner leg. I'm not going to argue with that. But his body shape's good. His underline is so good. In motion, that's the one that's high-headed and up out of his shoulder and has some reach. He's actually set back in his knee and has some angle to his shoulder blade there as well. His color pattern doesn't do him any favors when we get him out here, but I think you look past that, and that's a high-quality, extended, well-balanced, correct goat there to lead off with. The one that we have here in 2 is just kind of a knucklehead when we get him in motion. I wish I could just get him to go and see what he looks like there on the move. But that one is probably got as big a back as anything that we've seen here in this particular class in terms of just upper rib cage and rack shape, loin edge. That one is really powerful from behind, and yet he still puts together a really good look there on the side as well. He's not as square out of his hip as the goat that leads off with, and like I said, in motion, I just got to see him just get out there and at least take a few steps forward just to kind of see where he puts things down and how he holds his body lines together there. Good pair there at the top end, some trade-offs in those 2, and I think there's maybe some separation there as we go into 3. Third place goat comes up and just kind of worked his way on up, and here's just a well-balanced, fresh goat that's really good skinned, good hided kind of a deal. One that's got some shape to him and yet just not overwhelming in terms of power and feature, but just puts things together. I think he checks a lot of boxes. Not a lot of extras in that one, but I do like his length, his extension, and in motion, I think he stays together really well. I think the goat coming here in 4, from ringside, you love that one, center body. His width at the ground, his width up high, but when we go in and we get our hands on him, he's easily the highest conditioned of all that we've got here in this lineup here and maybe in the class, and so we've got to roll him into 4. I do like him, though. I think we've got to bring him up there into that top 5 just based off power and shape and just body width there that he's got. He stays true in his lines when we set him into motion as well. Just got to trim him up there over his rib to get up any higher. Young lady's doing a great job here in 5, and this is one I pulled off the move there in wave 1, and this one comes in. I like him in motion better than I do set up. I like him when he gets out and gets going. He gets his head cranked up. He's structurally correct. He's athletic in his look and build there. I think on the side for me, maybe just gets a little shorter neck, a little straighter fronted. Kind of like to give him a little more shot there right through his inner leg and his stifle there when we go in and put our hands on him. And likewise with maybe some of the other classes as we work 6 on down here, some good built goats that have some shape and some muscle to them. Maybe just we got to change some things structurally, and one coming out there next. Maybe we got to give him 7 there. We got to get that one structurally, I think, better out of his hip. He's got a ton of power and shape. Next one coming out just a little more touch and tone. If you would, congratulate these young people here in Class 3. Nice job to them for their efforts.
Okay, we are ready for our Division I Market Goat Drive. From Class 1, our first place was Taylor Walker, Lawrence, FFA. And second place was Cooper Lemon, Harold, FFA. From Class 2, first place, Cooper Evans, Burnett County 4A. Second place, Nolan Laminack, Tom Green County 4A. From Class 3, first place, Hudson Franklin, Shallow Water FFA. And second place, Anna Decker, San Patricio County 4A. Folks, let's give these exhibitors a big round of applause.
Another good competitive set of finals here for this third class. We're going to use one here that I think, he combines the most traits and things together in one package that I'm looking for. He comes out to us in the ring. He's got a lot of eye appeal. He's big-footed. He moves really good. He's good on his feet and leg, good enough on his lines. He's really opened up in the center portion of his body. Sheep's really structurally correct. Would I like to change him in his spine some? I would. I'd like to just make him just a little truer in his spine when he gets stuck there. He's one that just isn't tremendous down his top line in terms of his spine. He's a big racked one, and he's big loined, and he's really big ended, which I really appreciate him. That's where he excels over everything else in the class, just from a muscularity standpoint. He's one of the heaviest muscled ones we've had in this class, in this drive, that's put together on a skeleton like this one. I would like to just open him up in the center portion of his body, just give him a little more turn to his rib cage for what I really like. But I think overall, I've critiqued this guy some, but he's a real good one to start this class with. And the young lady sheep down here in second is one, you really like this one, and in regards to his spine, he does get out in the class and move good, holds his spine really true. He just doesn't have the muscularity as the sheep that wins the class. He's a little smaller footed. He's a little frailer in his overall makeup of his skeleton. As you analyze him from front to rear, he's one that just gives up a little bit of power. As we study him from behind, he's one that just isn't as big as stifled as the one that wins the class. I think you combine all those traits together, which one ends up first. It's pretty easy which one ends up first, and therefore this girl lands down here in second. Young lady sheep down here in third, again, is one that has a ton of eye appeal and attractiveness when it comes out in the ring. It just gives up a lot of dimension when we start to study this one in relation to the two that stand in front of him. He's one that just doesn't have muscularity up over his top or down through his stifle. When we study that guy from front to rear, he just gives up a lot from behind when we're comparing those two that stand in front of him today, and therefore he ends up down here in third. Young man's sheep that's down here in fourth, one of the trimmest ones in class, which I do appreciate because I do think fat hides a lot of faults. This one is one, though, that just gives up some muscularity when we study him. He's really good. He's athletic. He's tall-fronted. He's good in his lines. When we study that guy from a side profile view, but you get your hands on him, he disappoints you in how much rack he has. He just disappoints you in how much muscle he has from front to rear when we compare him to the sheep that are in front of him. Really like the trimness and freshness of this one. I'd just like to power him up more to move him up in class. Young lady sheep that stands down to us down here in fourth, again, one that's built good. When you study that one in terms of its skeleton, he's opened up. He's got some center dimension to his rib cage. He's one that just, again, doesn't have the muscularity that sheep that stand in front of him. He's one that just gets a little fatter for me. He's just not as fresh and as trim as I like him. He's one that if we could change those things about him, we'd move him up higher in this class. Nice set here in the third class of finals.
Division I kids here and these first and second place goats. I say that was a fun division to work through, and I'll be honest, I don't know if there's one that just kind of comes out and just kicks me in the mouth, really, and says, you know, you got to use me. But I think there's a lot of good options that we had, and some very different options. And as I look at this as a show judge, I don't see maybe the uniformity here as I would like to have, but at the same time, every class is different. And I think sometimes you don't have to just be cookie cutter, but you need to stay consistent as a judge. And so every class, like I said, presents itself in a different way, and there's different choices. And so when they get out here, I think just some brief description here, and we'll move on. I think it just comes down to the three here closest to us, these class winners. And the one that we come out of the first class, we talked about his athletic build and his look, and combining some muscle and look there into one. Immature, I would say, in terms of his rib, and maybe not opened up and blown apart from behind as the two there behind him in those heavier classes. But I thought for a lightweight goat, that one just has a lot of feature and look, and just the one that is the hardest to make, and still has just a great touch down his back. The goat that comes out of the second class here, muscle and power, that one is just so toned up and wild in terms of that muscle shape and expression. And you know, if we were just going to muscle these things up out here, it'd be game over. But that's not me, and that's not what I like to do. And so, you know, but at the same time, this goat still combines some look. I love that chest flow at him, and when he sets in motion, he's still cocky enough and got his head up. He is a little thicker neck. He's shorter neck there as well. He doesn't get up and out of his blade, maybe in motion like both goats on either side of him. But, man, from behind, like I said, he's the power goat that has still enough look for me in that particular class there, I think, to come forward. The black cage goat comes out of class 3. For me, that one in motion is the one that I like the most in motion. You know, he's high-headed. He's a show goat. Just really athletic in his touch and tone and build. And we talked to him in class on the side view. Maybe you'd like to give him some more shape around his stifle right there, or right through his tail head, up through his upper hip set. But when you get right behind him, that goat actually is probably as expressive in his upper hip and as outer leg shape in terms of that muscle shape that he does present of any of the three that we've got out here. For me, I think, you know, the one that really comes to me and is the hardest to make, like we talked maybe in class, out there in that class 3, it comes between 2 and 3. I like the heavier weight here, black cage goat, be your champion Division I. Congratulations to him. And when we bring that second place out of the heavies over here, like we talked in class, that one was a little stubborn there on the move. I like that one's power and just shape, and again, maybe one we could square up out of his hip there. And I just want to see him in motion a little bit better. But I think the one that follows suit there and just has those extras that we talk about is going to come out of class 2 here for your reserve champion. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Class 6 odd-numbered goats should be checked in if you've not done so. Our Division I champion was Hudson Franklin, Shallow Water FFA, and reserve was Cooper Evans, Burnett County 4-H. Congratulations. Once again, if you have an odd numbered class 6 goat, you should be checked in. And even numbered class 4 fine wolves should be checking in also. Results from Class 3 market goats. 10th place was Vance Davis, Sterling County 4-H, Breeders Blue Team Weathers. 9th, Mason Lee, Midland County 4-H, Breeders Two Springs Show Goats. 8th, Gunnar Krieg, Wilbarger County 4-H, Breeders Sturt Show Goats. 7th, Cade Rockall, Orange Grove FFA, Breeders Shrank Show Goats. 6th, Roston Bowles, Wilson County 4-H, Breeders Triple D Livestock. 5th, Hadley Holt, Hill County 4-H, Breeders Mark and Stephanie Ebling. 4th, Richard Spencer, Fisher County 4-H, Breeders Gladden Show Goats. 3rd, Brady Lemon, Harold FFA, Breeders Underdog Livestock. 2nd went to Anna Decker, San Patricio County 4-H, Breeders Two Springs Show Goats. And our class winner was Hudson Franklin, Shallow Water FFA. Congratulations. Results for Class 3 market lambs. 10th place, Reagan Levine, Junction FFA, Breeders Levine Brothers Livestock. 9th, Wesley Stevens, El Dorado FFA, Breeders Struby Livestock. 8th, Jace Trigg Isbell, Williamson County 4-H, Breeders Zinsmeyer Showstock. 7th, Stetson Phillip, Idalou FFA, Breeders Skelton Club Lambs. 6th, Ramsey McFall, Reagan County 4-H, Breeders Long Club Lambs. 5th, Alex Etheridge, Highland FFA, Breeders Long Club Lambs. 4th, Rhett Dixon, Sterling City FFA, Breeders Justin and Bridget Jonas. 3rd, Riley Barrett, Tom Green County 4-H, Breeders Pat Jackson. 2nd, Landry Meyer, Blanco FFA, Breeders Howard and Eckert Club Lambs. And our class winner was Carter Llewellyn, Palmer County FFA, Breeders Smithwick Club Lambs. Class 6 goats, we checked in, Class 6. Lamb exhibitor 46371. Your group is about to go in the ring. Last call, 46371. Your group is about to go in on the lamb side. Once again, your even-numbered Class 6 goats should be checking in. Thank you, goat exhibitors. Thank you, lamb exhibitors. Missing 2 goats to check in, 34667 and 37895. Thank you, lamb exhibitors. Your even-numbered Class 7 goat should be checking in. Class 6 goat. Thank you, goat exhibitors. First and second place fine wolves can check in at the holding area. First and second place fine wolves. correction on Class 3 market goats for second place. The breeder was Morgan Livestock.
Really good class to set this final division of finals up with. I think we've got 4 or 5 really good high quality individuals out here in this particular class, starting out with one that really puts a lot of things together that I like, ones that get you excited when they come in the ring. He's a sheep that when he gets out here moving is his best attribute. He's got a little bit of attitude when he gets stuck out here, but he's one that's tremendous on his feet and legs. He's really good from the bottom of his body cavity to the ground. He's really wide-based when you study him from the front, and he's even wider based from behind. The one nice thing that I really appreciate from behind, sometimes when you get them so wide-based from behind, their hock isn't right. They either get too straight and too posty from the side, which he's got plenty of set from his stifle to his hock, or when you get behind him and their hock rolls out in him, I really don't care for. It's really easy to do when you're breeding sheep. You darn sure don't want it when you're showing them, and I think this guy's just tremendous when you get him out here on the move. You get study him from his chest floor up. He's tremendous. He's really opened up in the center portion of his body. He's really good in his shoulder blade. He's got a tremendous amount of rack shape in him. He's probably not as crisp as some of the other ones we've seen today, but I think he's still a really trim sheep. He's really big up top. He's really big racked. He's really big loined. Again, in this particular class, he really excels when we start to study him from front to rear, and especially out through that rear end there. He's really big up high. He's great in his tail head. He's really big pinned. You get to study the center portion of his leg. It's the widest part of him. He's big stifled. I just really like this guy when we put him together from front to rear and then we turn him loose. I think he's a tremendous one to win this particular class. Next young lady's lambing class, again, is one that follows him the closest out of these next ones. He's a little bit better underline than the sheep that stands in third. He's good on his feet and legs. This one, though, when I talk about that rear leg set, he does get just a little posty at times when we set him in motion and we get him stuck. Not to take something away from one, I think he's tremendous in his freshness and his touch. He's really big racked, he's good loined, and he's big ended. He's not quite as neat when we set him in motion as the sheep that comes out and wins the class. He's one that likes to break there right behind his rack just ever so slightly. I think if we could change a couple of those things, it might be a closer pairing, but two nice ones to start this class out with. The young man sheep that comes at us here in third, again, he's one that you get him, set him in motion. He's really nice. He's a tall-fronted, athletic one. When you really start to study this one, there's a couple things that I'd like to change about him. One is from the top of his sternum, top of his chine to the bottom of his sternum gets a little bit longer than some of the sheep that stand in front of him. I'd like to give him just a little bit more turn to his rib cage to open him up in the center portion there and change that flatness about the way his rib cage is made. And then we talked about the hock on the front one, how wide-based he is from front to rear. This is one that just gets to hock out on his hocks just a little bit when he gets stuck in, when he set him in motion. I'd like to change that about him, just get him traveling just a little bit better on those hocks to move him up. I like the way he's opened up. When we study him, I'd just like to give him a little bit more turn to his rib cage. He's big up top and he's big ended, but I'd like to change his hock and I'd like to change just the turn to his rib cage to move him up in this class. Young lady sheep that comes down here in fourth, he just gives up a lot of substance and a lot of volume and a lot of muscle dimension in relation to the sheep that stand in front of him. He's good on his feet and legs. He's good in his top shape. He's good in his spine. He just doesn't have the mass and the touch for me to contend with them ones that stand up in front of him. The sheep that comes to us down here in fifth is a really rugged, more kind of coarse sheep to the ones that stand in front of him. I really love the bone work on this one. He's got a big foot to him. He's just if you're breeding commercial sheep, I think he's kind of the essence of what you probably want out there in those commercial sheep. But I would like to just smooth him up in his front end a little bit. When he gets moving around, he kind of breaks. He's kind of a three-piece sheep. He's got his front and his middle and his rear end. When he gets moving, I'd just like to hold him together just a little bit better when he's on the move to move him up in this sheep. But there's some qualities about this one, his ruggedness, his durability, I do appreciate. Just like to make him travel just a little bit better when we set him in motion. Nice class to end this final division with.
Once again, our first and second place fine wolves should be in the holding area. When we bring them in the ring for the fine wool drive, then the odd numbered Class 7 fine wool crosses can check in. Okay, we are ready for our fine wool drive. Out of Class 1, first place went to Raider McFall, Reagan County 4-H. From Class 2, first place also went to Raider McFall, Reagan County 4-H. From Class 3, first place was Carter Llewellyn, Palmer County 4-H. And from Class 4, first place was Stratley Struby, Tom Green County 4-H. Second place out of Class 1 went to Addison Killam, Tom Green County 4-H. Second place from Class 2 was Kel Doherty, Williamson County 4-H. Second place from Class 3 was Landry Meyer, Blanco FFA. And second place from Class 4 was Steely Thomas, Wall FFA. Folks, let's give these exhibitors a big round of applause. Our odd-numbered Class 7 fine wool crosses can check in. Every year, a special buckle is presented to the champion fine wool. And each year, this buckle is dedicated in memory of somebody that is passionate and supportive of the fine wool breed. This year's buckle is presented in memory of Dr. Richard Cordes, who is a vet in Menard, very passionate about the fine wool breed and a fine wool breeder, very supportive of the lamb industry in general, and really a go-to expert when it comes to lambs. This year the buckle is being presented. His entire family is here to represent him and present the buckle to the champion fine wool.
tremendous set of fine wolves here. Talked about them all individually in class, so I'm not going to go through them again and discuss them. I think we dissected them there and spoke about them in class enough. I do think that that does set the stage for what we're looking for. I do like sheep that are really structurally correct. I like sheep that are really athletic, and when I describe athletic, it's taller fronted, it's good in their underlines. They move about their ring with their head up high, with their shoulders up high, and they keep their spine correct for me. You know, we talked about how I like them built and whatnot. We'll talk about that more through the day, but I think there is a class that had some out here that were just tremendous when they came to us in class. I think there's one that ended up winning that class that just did so pretty handily and came out here and really commanded the ring and really took charge of the ring and really separates himself from the other sheep that are out here. And we'll go congratulate this one at that time. Again, I think there's one out here that follows that one for reserve fairly easily. Same kind of build, same kind of handle. We'll go out and congratulate that one at this time as well.
Over here on the goat side, I think a challenging class here to line up and put together, especially towards the top end. I'll be honest, I pulled I think 16 or 17 there to sort through, and when we got down to the top 10 there, I thought I had them lined up the way I wanted them, 1 through 10 in my head there, and as we started maybe kind of looking a little closer into things and maybe putting them on the move, I think some things changed through the class, and for me, I think the young man's weather that leads this, I think that one just combines look and muscle there. I think, we talk about that all morning. We'll talk about it some more today, just combining that show ring presence with some carcass merit. And man, we put our hands on him. He's really, really fresh. He's upright there in his rack shape and his upper rib. I think his transitions are a little smoother for me than maybe 2 and 3. I think if we study him on the side, in motion, I probably like that goat second best or third best, really, to be honest. I think he gets a little straighter up front in his blade and his knee. But man, when we prop him up there, his underline is so good comparative to his top line. I think he comes together there on the side view extremely well. Goat that comes to us here in 2, I like that one on the move quite a bit. That one's just a cocky show goat that gets out and is athletic in his field. His structure's good. He's wide made there at the ground. He maintains that width up through his center body and up high. You know, one that's not going to just maybe overwhelm you in terms of look there on the side. We'd like to square him up over his hip there and maybe bring his jump muscle down in just a little bit, flatten that out. But that's probably the widest loin weather we've got in class today. Maybe one of the wider loin ones we've seen all day in terms of just his handle and his touch up high. Again, from the side view, I think maybe he's got more set to his hock. He's maybe just not quite as level and long there out of his hip either as maybe the class winner. So we've got here in 3. This is one, you can go either way with. For me, when that one came in, I love that one just in terms of his presence on the move. He's an athletic show goat again, one that just, on a 3/4 view is where I like him the best. He just is so bold in his center rib. He's got the right amount of fill in him. He's presented good. I like that extra hair there as well. I think we'll weather those. We go in and we handle him. He is so long bodied down his spine there. Maybe his shoulder blade gets a little bigger there on the top of his skeleton. And when we go in and handle him, I grab more of that. Not quite as upright in his rack shape. Maybe not quite as bold in his rack there as those 2 right above him. And again, just as he transitions, I don't think quite as smooth as the lead weather we've got in class. But boy, there's 3 really nice ones there up high. And we come into 4, and I'll be honest, young man, that goat right there on the side view is as neat as any that we've seen. He is so dead level down his top line. He's tall-fronted. He runs uphill. And in motion, he still maintains that good look. But, man, when I get right behind him and I study him at the ground, of the 5, maybe 7 or 8 in this class, he's one of the narrower ones at the ground. He wants to flatten there at his feet. flattening the base of his rib there. Great touch, great presentation. Love him on the side view quite a bit. Nice goat there in 4. We round out the top 5 with one that's maybe got more base width and more feature there. One that's pretty round and really opened up there in his midrib. I don't think maybe the touch and tone there when we get right on the back of him. Like to maybe just give him a little more flex to his hops there as he leads us as well when we set him in motion. Good class here to start our middleweights at. A really good top 3 or 4 here in this particular class. Congratulations. Let's put our hands together for them.
Our champion fine wool went to Stratley Struby, Tom Green County 4-H, and reserve champion fine wool went to Steely Thomas, Wall FFA. Congratulations to both these exhibitors. Class results for Class 4 fine wools. 10th place went to Ansley Ramser, Sutton County 4-H, breeder is Struby Livestock. 9th was Jagger Eckert, Mason County 4-H, breeder is Stoltz Sheep Company. 8th, Dakota Porasher, Santa Fe FFA, breeder is Justin and Bridget Jonas. 7th, Skylar Brown, Llano County 4-H, breeder is Stoltz Sheep Company. 6th was Leighton Skelton, Runnels County 4-H, breeder is Smithwick Club Lambs. 5th went to Ava Allensworth, Brazos County 4-H, breeder is Stokes Livestock. 4th, Bree Bird, Lavernia FFA, breeder is Cisco Club Lambs. 3rd went to Curry Smithwick, Runnels County 4-H, breeder is Smithwick Club Lambs. 2nd, Steely Thomas, Wall FFA, breeder is Long Club Lambs. And our class winner was Stratley Struby, Tom Green County 4-H, breeder is Struby Livestock. Results from Class 6 Market Goats. 10th place was Riley Titsworth, Kendall County 4-H. Breeder is Two Spring Show Goats. 9th, Laramie Noland, Potter County 4-H. 8th, Haley Rodriguez, Pettis FFA. Breeder is Wright Show Goats. 7th, Atlee Basserman, Pottsboro FFA. 6th, Kinley Newman, Stephenville FFA. Breeder is Blue Team Weathers. 5th, Cameron Presley, Sweetwater FFA. Breeder is Williams Livestock. 4th, Logan Watkins, Randall County 4-H. 3rd, Richard Spencer, Fisher County 4-H. 2nd, Sydney Newsom, Edwards County 4-H. Breeder is Humphrey Show Goats. And class winner was Cord Matkin, Kendall County 4-H. Breeder is Strank Show Goats. Congratulations to these exhibitors. Your even-numbered Class 7 goats can check in at the holding. And your even-numbered Class 7 lambs. Thank you, lamb exhibitors. Missing a couple exhibitors on the goat side, 53020 and 40846. Need you to check in. On the lamb side, we need 51349 to check in. Five 1-3-4-9, last call. Your group is going in. Thank you, goat exhibitors. Thank you, lamb exhibitors. Thank you, goat exhibitors. Thank you, lamb exhibitors.
real competitive class of fine wools to get started with here. Young lady brings us a sheep. You know, the longer you study him and the more you analyze him, the better he gets. He's just really fault-free when you study that guy from underneath. You study the way he moves, the way he's constructed in his feet and legs. You know, when he comes out to us here, he's the best footed one in class. He's the best on his feet and legs in class. You start to study his lines. He's the best one with his lines in class. He's really good in his underline in relation to his flank, the way he stands there and the way he moves. He doesn't really get out and just move real smooth and nice out in the show ring. That's nothing to take anything away from the sheep because his spine is good in him, his underline's good in him on the move. He just doesn't get out and roll for you, which we ain't going to knock him too hard on that, because when you put everything together, he's the most complete fault-free one of the class. He's athletic enough, he's tall at the point of his shoulder, he's good in his underline. You get up over top of him to study him, and he's opened up in the center portion of his body. He really excels in the way his shoulder blade lays into his rib cage. Like I said earlier, it's really hard to get a good shoulder blade and a really round ribbed one. You can make some really neat sheep if you can get that task taken care of, and then you get a really good spine and a lot of muscle shape to him like this one has. He ends up just working his way up towards top of the class. He's big racked and he's big loined and he's really big ended. As he is sheared as tight as some of them in class know, and as smooth in his presentation as some in his class know, but I'm not taking that away from him and don't want to knock that. And I need to mention it because it does take a little bit of his shine away from him, but he's just a really good fault-free one here to use to start this class with. Next young man's class that's in second here follows that one the closest as far as the way he is built in his body makeup. Good in his lines. He's shallow bodied, but not too shallow where it doesn't take away capacity to him. I think he's just right in his body makeup. His front feet are real good in him. As we get to study him on his back pasterns, he gets a little down on his back pasterns, which I'm always super critical of. I know we can get these ones that are super woolly legged, but I just really am critical on that back pastern. And this one, I just wish he was up just a little bit more there. I wish his shoulder blade blended just a little bit better in his rib cage to the sheep that wins the class. Those are being real critical on ones when you start to study this guy and his muscle characteristics, and where he's at for finish today is just ideal for me. He's big racked, he's really crisp in his rack, he's big loin, and he's big ended like the sheep that wins the class. But I'd like to change him in his shoulder blade and like to change him in his rear foot to really move him up, but two really high quality ones to start this class out with. Next sheep that's down here in third, he's one as you start to evaluate him more. He's just not as opened up in the center portion of his body as the two sheep that stand in front of him. He's surely not as constructed, as heavy as the sheep that wins the class, and he's one that just gets a little narrow underneath for me. He's just narrow in his forerib, and he's narrow when you study him from stifle to hock. He's narrow when he tracks away from you. Presented extremely good. He's really smooth. He's one that isn't as crisp as the one that stands in front of him, but he's a sheep that's good in his spine. He's got some muscularity to him. I just like to make him wider based and open him up in the center portion of his body to move up here for me. Sheep that's down here in fourth, he's one that you really like, the show ring presence. He does get out and move really good, but when you start to analyze him more and get your hands on him, he's definitely past 12 o'clock. He's just a little more stale for me. He's a little flatter ribbed. I like the way he's constructed in his top line. I like his rump shape and his stifle shape, but he's just not as fresh. He's not as trim as the sheep that stand in front of him for me today. Which brings us to the sheep that's down here in fifth. He's one, when you get him out, when he moves in the ring, you really like him. He's one that navigates up here towards the top of the class, but when you start to study him and analyze him and get your hands on him, he's one that just doesn't have any true rack presence to him like the sheep that stand in front of him. You really like the way he's opened up in his body cavity. He's one of those that's constructed the right way. He's athletic enough. He's moderate in his build, which I like. He's got some elevation to his front, but he just really gives up that muscle shape that I'm looking for compared to some of them that stand up, particularly in the top two of the class, for this one to move up any further today. But a really nice set of fine wools to get started with here.
This gets pretty fun out here in this class. I think the water's pretty deep out here, to be honest. And like I was telling some of the guys over there at the table, I think we get into we're in these weights now here where there's going to be a lot of them that loaded up on the trailer with intentions of winning this deal or coming back for the sale. And so I'm going to take some time to work through some of these and give these kids a chance. And we took some time in this class, and I'm as hungry as the next person, but boy, I think this class is good. And there's some small give and takes in this deal, but you know, when a goat comes in that ring over here, and through that gate, and they hit you, they just hit you, and you better stick with your gut feeling. And 1, 2, and 3 came in the gate over there, and I thought, man, those 3 right there are going to be right up there in the mix of it and in the heat of it. And I wouldn't argue some points in between them, but I'll describe how I see these things, and maybe even just talk a pair of them, because I think the pairs may be closer than the rest of the placings 3 on down. But here's a pair of them that to me are just a little more wild. They're just a little more exotic in their look and their build, and set these things into motion. Man, guys, we walk these things, and these 2 over here just surface for me. And if you can't just gravitate your eyesight towards these 2, I think when they come in the ring, I think that's that's just a disagreement we'll have. But between the 2, I think the young lady's weather just maybe on a 3/4 view is a notch leveler out of his hip, and I think he's maybe a fraction bigger and bolder right there in his pin set and his upper hip than the young man's weather here in second. And even on a 3/4 view, both of these have plenty of bone and center rib. The weather that leads, I think, just has a little more right up high right there. And I think his transitions are maybe just a little smoother on the brace there as well. Young man's got one here in 2 that, oh man, I love the ear set on that one, and its head shape and skull shape when it comes at you. Big, just athletic forearm and huge speed and bone on that one with the extra hairs like that. Man, here's one that's just cool on the move. And when we set him up here and we study him on the side, maybe he just doesn't kind of blend together as smooth in his look and his rib out of his shoulder blade into his midrib and the base of his heart right there, nor is he maybe just packed the extra little punch there out of his tail head. But when we set these in motion, that's the exotic wild one out there that I really appreciate just in motion there. Good pair of them here on top. Oh, man has a great goat here in 3rd, and man, if you're into muscle and power and just leg shape, run that one all the way to the front and don't look back. That one is loaded, absolutely loaded with power, shape, upper hip, inner thigh from behind, big rib cage, and massive back in him. I think for me, he gets a little round, and he's a little too much, I think, to be honest, in terms of just power for me personally, because he wants to get a little bolder up front. But boy, that one's presented good and looks good out here. I just like to tone him back a little bit there, make him a little bit better in his angles. Like I said, he wants to get a little round and maybe a little rigid when we travel him out. Young lady done a nice job there in 4. You worked your way up all the way, probably from about 10th or 12th, where I thought I'd have you a little earlier. But boy, I kept coming back to this goat because he's so fresh. He's good skinned. He's good heighted. He's hydrated well. Boy, that's one that's fed into this class, and his flank line's good. He doesn't wow you really on the side from any just extra special, pieces or whatever. But that one's just touch and freshness is so good. And in motion, I think that's where that one lands 4, because he's athletic, he's good-legged. That's such one that just kind of kept working his way on up in class there. We could change him, like I said, maybe we give him some of those extras there. You got to have a big hammer to get into those top 3, I think, in this particular class. Man's got a good one here in 5 again, just really wide loin, massive from behind, big hip, big old inner leg in him. He's a nickel shorter sided, and for me in motion, he just wants to get those rear legs up under him. He wants to get a little rigid in his back there, maybe just not as athletic structurally wise as I'd like to see. If we could just change that about him, I think we could probably argue him up to 3 there if you wanted to. Good class here as we break for lunch. Let's congratulate these kids, show them our appreciation here. Nice job.
Okay, we will take a lunch break now. Start back at 1 o'clock. Our odd-numbered Class 8 fine wool crosses can check in. Odd-numbered Class 8 goats will check in shortly. Our odd-numbered Class 8 goats, those are goats weighing 94 to 98, can check in. Once again, our odd-numbered Class 8 lambs and goats should be checking in at the holding pens.
Item number, Class A, lambs and goats. We need you to check in.
Tag 47641, you need to check in at the holding area on the goat side. Before we begin these next classes, I've got Mr. Marvin Enzer up here. He's about to make a special presentation.
Good afternoon. It's great to be with you, and I want to say thank you first to the San Angelo Stock Show, Justin, Michaela, and Corey, our superintendent here, for giving us just a couple of moments to recognize some individuals that's really given of their time and talents for many years. I'm representing the executive committee of the Texas Sheep and Goat Validation Program. And we want to ask Frank Craddock, also known as the bullfighter, right out here. Right out here. We don't want y'all to confuse who Frank is. Frank, right out here, please, sir. And we want Terry Phillips to join. I want to tell a little bit about each one of these guys, and this is not a retirement party, but you can maybe guess some point in time they might decide to hang it up, and so we don't want to let that time get by us. And as part of the validation program, they've worked with us a number of years. I want to talk about Frank for just a second. Back in about 1990, they did a pilot project on the validation program. They wanted to, this program was set up to assure ownership, possession, and care of these projects to enhance the program. It was also done to assure fair competition. And it was put together as a pilot, and then it was extended statewide. About the same year Frank come to be the sheep and goat specialist in Texas, San Angelo, in 1992. Frank had just taken on a job that was two positions. They consolidated into one sheep and goat position for the state, and he not only took that on, but he agreed to be the administrator of this youth program's validation program, if you would. And he took that on for 20-something years. He was administrator of the program. And during that time, he hired grad students here at Angelo State University to help him with that program. And some of those include Ross Stultz, Andy Laughlin, Kyle Eckert, Jamie Steen, Jess Yeaman, Aaron Renfro, Josh Smart, Ty Crooks. And then I would not leave out Michaela and Whitney. Michaela Adcock and Whitney Witzel come on to manage the program and leaned on Frank and all of his expertise and years during that time. We're going to come back to Frank here in a minute. He's got a lot of, his wife Fayreen, is Fayreen here? She let, I want to say, Fayreen, we really appreciate you letting Frank go to all these places and help us all the time. Some of that I know you was pushing him a little, but we appreciate it. Terry Phillips, he was an ag teacher for many years. I had the privilege of working with him for about 10 years as ag teacher in Seagraves. When he was ag teacher at Seagraves, Texas. When he retired, he went to work for Texas Education Agency and helped with the program and ag teachers across the state. During that time, he helped put together with the group of other individuals. The Quality Counts program has made a big impact for years, this youth livestock program. And Glenda, we really appreciate you letting us have Terry for all these years. Both of these gentlemen had their families in the program early with their kids, and they've been watching grandkids for some time. We got Billy and Chad, and others, Frank. We got Glenn Allen Phillips, now CEO of Star of Texas. Rodeo Austin, I'm sorry. It's all the same to me, I'm sorry. But these guys obviously have a passion for the youth livestock program, and they've given a ton of their time through the years, and a bunch of it to the Texas 4-H and FFA state validation program. And we really appreciate the time you spent with kids and parents doing what's necessary to facilitate the program. And the validation program has a couple of gifts here that are really neat. We hope you appreciate it.
Thank you, Marvin, and we do appreciate Frank and Terry for all that they do for our program. Once again, our odd-numbered Class 8 lambs and goats should be checked in if they have not done so. About to start back. Results from Class 7 market lambs. 10th place was Logan Holman, Brown County 4-H, breeder of Smithwick Club Lambs. 9th, Atlanta Bolin, Ariane FFA, breeder is Mad Dog Sheep Company. 8th went to Talon Toch, Gillespie County 4-H, breeder is Stoltz Sheep Company. 7th was Sidney Newsom, Edwards County 4-H, breeder was NT Club Lambs. Sixth, Bailey Dunlap, Runnels County 4-H, breeder was Smithwick Club Lambs. Fifth went to Avery Sissick, Navarro FFA, breeder was Justin and Bridget Jonas. Fourth was Kinley Holscher, Highland FFA, breeder was Smithwick Club Lambs. Third went to Royce Cook, Runnels County 4-H, breeder was Cook Club Lambs. Second, Tristan Neal, Smire FFA, breeder is Justin and Bridget Jonas. And our class winner was Raina Powell, Erath County 4-H, breeder was Smithwick Club Lambs.
Placing from Class 7 goats, 10th place was Kyan Kane, Munster FFA. 9th was Shelby Joe Walker, Nueces County 4-H, breeder was Hutto Livestock. 8th, Cassidy Poole, Walker County 4-H, breeder was Finley Showgoat. 7th went to Riley Valenkamp, Reynolds County 4-H. 6th, Raina Epley, Lynn County 4-H, breeder was Sturt Showgoat. 5th was Chet Silvers, Junction FFA, breeder was Chandler Showgoat. 4th, Carson Kubasek, Wilbarger County 4-H, breeder was Sturt Showgoat. 3rd went to Brazos Blue, Hill County 4-H. 2nd was Hudson Franklin, Shallow Water FFA. And our class winner was Stradley Struby, Tom Green County 4-H. Congratulations to these exhibitors. During lunch, we did have someone find a phone in the men's restroom. So if you are missing your phone, you can come up here and retrieve it at the announcer's stand. Our even-numbered lambs and goats can check in for Class 8, even number.
Thank you, lamb exhibitors. Once again, your even-numbered Class 8 lambs and goats could be checking in if they have not done so. Even-numbered Class 8 Fine Wolves, your group is going in the ring. Thank you, goat exhibitors. Four, 4-4-4-5-0 and 4-4-4-5-2. You need to check in at the lamb ring. Your group is going in. The 8th place out of this class of fine wool crosses will go to the testing. Thank you, lamb exhibitors. Odd-numbered Class 9 fine wool crosses can check in. Your odd-numbered Class 9 goats can check in as well. That is goats weighing 99 to 104. On the lamb side, on the goat side, 36514 and 15659. We need you to check in. Give these lamb exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring. Thank you, goat exhibitors. on the goat side, for Class 9 and Class 9 only, we'll have you all check in, and they're going to allow groups in at a time, but everybody will check in at once. We will not call odds and evens. After Class 9, we will go back to odds and evens. Hopefully that makes sense. Once again, Class 9 goats weighing 99 to 104. You will check in at the holding area, and they will let you in a few at a time.
Really high quality class of fine wools here. I think this is the deepest class that we've been able to evaluate all day. I think we get down here into 7 or 8 and we just got some extremely good individuals. You just end up, getting drawn in here into a class where there's just some extremely good ones up here on this top end. The one that we're going to use to win this class, I think he comes out in here and he does it fairly easily. If we could get him to move around the ring just a little bit more fluid, just a little bit more easy moving in the ring, there's nothing wrong with his motion and his fluidity. He just doesn't want to come out here and walk. Man, if he did that, he'd be a screamer, because you get studying this guy and he's got some base width when he's coming at you. He's got some base width going away from you. He's adequate in his foot size. He's adequate in his bone work. You get to study his skeletal structure. I think he's just super cool in his skeleton. He's really good in his line. His underline is good. His chest floor is really good in relation to his rear flank. You start studying the rib cage on this guy. He's really opened up. He's got a lot of capacity. His shoulder blade lays in there just right. Best part about this sheep is when you get your hands on him, which I really appreciate when you get one that's built right, looks good, presented right, you get your hands on him. Big racked, super trim, super fresh. He's ready to go today. Got a big square loin in him, and he's a big-ended sheep, big stifle. You just really appreciate the way this guy handles and looks when he has that type of dimension to that body that he does. He comes out here and wins this fairly easily. Lamb that comes to us in second pairs up with him just really nice. Probably not as neat and sound off his rear wheels. He gets just tracking just a little narrow at times. He's wide based when he's coming at you. The sheep's really deceiving because as you get out here and study him, you know, when you first look at him, he looks a little plain. The more you look at him, the more you study him, you know, this sheep's pretty good. He's really good in his shoulder blades. He's just tremendous in his lines, like the sheep that wins the class. He's a little deeper in his body, I think, which makes him look a little bit plainer. But when you start to study his lines, he's really good in his underline. His chest floor's up in him in relation to his rear flank. He's got plenty of turn to his rib cage. He's got plenty of muscle volume and width. He's just a really good, sound, complete sheep. Get your hands on him. He handles fresh, handles firm. He gives up just a little bit of expression in relation to the sheep that wins the class, you know, and he gives up just a little bit of width when we turn him loose and get him walking. When we compare him to the sheep that wins the class from hock to hock and pastern to pastern, he's not quite as wide, but two really high quality ones there in this to use in 1-2. The girl that's down here in third has another tremendously good sheep, really big footed, really good legged sheep. The difference between this one and the two that stand above him, really when you get studying him, and it's his underline and his lines in general, he's one of those flatter ribbed ones. He gets a little bit longer from the top of his chest, or top of his chine to the bottom of his chest. He just gets a little bit longer there in relation to his rear flank. You know, is it a fill thing or is it a skeleton thing? I think it's a skeleton thing. If we could change that about him, I think he's a tremendously good, and he'd win a lot of classes. He just runs up against two that are just built a little bit better in their skeleton, but he handles tremendous. He's got a rack shape like the one that wins the class. He's trim, he's expressive, really like him through his loin and out through his lower hip, but I just need to change that rib cage and underline about him somewhat to move him up in this class, but extremely good set here to start this off with. Young lady sheep that comes down here in fourth matches up with my third place one, the most similar. Good in his feet and legs, good in his bone work. He's maybe a little bit better in his chest floor in relation to his rear flank, but he's still one of those, gets a little bit longer ribbed, just gets a little bit deeper there, a little flatter for me. He's big racked. He's not as fresh as some of them that stand in front of him, and that's just not as expressive in his top shape as the ones in front of him. Big square loin, big ended, really nice sheep standing down here in fourth. The one that comes in fifth is one of those, if we were picking just a two-dimensional sheep with a profile, weren't touching him, you know, this is kind of the one. He's really cool from a side profile view. He's big-footed. He's good on his legs. Could he use a little bit more turn to his rib cage? Absolutely. He gets a little bit different in his chest plate. He gets a little bit flatter there. He's not as opened up and doesn't have much turn to his rib cage as the ones that stand up the top of this class. And he's one that definitely doesn't have the muscle characteristics as the ones that win the class. The sheep that win the class, you know, they're just big racked, really fresh racked, expressive up there, big loined. This one just doesn't have quite that kind of shape and that dimension to move up any higher in class, but a tremendous sheep when we get him and study him from a profile. Excellent class here of the finals to get started back after lunch.
Your Class 9 Fine Wheel Cross even numbers can check in. Class 9 Fine Wheel Cross evens. Results from Class 8 lambs. 10th place, Hattie Holscher, Mills County 4-H, Breeders' Stoltz Sheep Company. 9th, Seth Ashley, Medina FFA, Breeders' Newsom Livestock. 8th, Avery Cordes, Leon County 4-H, Breeders' Chabot Show Lambs. 7th, Holden Wise, Brown County 4-H, Breeders' Stokes Livestock. 6th, Caitlin Wiggins, Alpine FFA, Breeders' Struby Livestock. 5th, Addison Irwin, Lubbock Cooper FFA, Breeders' Justin and Bridget Jonas. 4th, Alex Etheridge, Highland FFA, Breeders' Smithwick Club Lambs. 3rd, Bailey Dunlap, Runnels County 4-H, Breeders' Smithwick Club Lambs. 2nd, Avery Brooks, Mason County FFA, Breeders' Stoltz Sheep Company. And first place was Luke Krippendorf, Davenport FFA, Breeders' Smithwick Club Lambs.
Well, what a really, really good class here to get back into the swing of things after lunch and the go side. And I'll tell you, a lot of you against that fence over there have goats that easily would have been in the top 5 in previous classes. I think the depth of quality in this class is tremendous, and we did them in 3 different ways there, and I'm glad we did that because it gave some kids some room to work and me to work, and it took a little longer to go through them, but at the same time, I think we deserve to give the kids some time here with these projects that they've worked so hard to get here with. With that being said, boy, this top end, it gets pretty fun and quite frankly, nerve-wracking on my end because you see a goat come in and you're like, well, let's build around that one, and then another one comes in and it changes your mind a little bit. But I think maybe the top 3 in this particular class, maybe 4, boy, there's just some small things and some close calls you got to make here. And I think the one that we lead with, though, for me, ultimately, I think he's a trimmer version of the one we've gotten to be honest. I think that's what separates it for me. I like his composition better. The class winner, boy, a real good handle, his touch and tone in that guy. His height's good, his touch is good. You know, you could argue he gets a nickel straighter there and his blade up front. I'd like to maybe give him some more reach out of his front end and some more angle to his shoulder there. But without sounding too much like a cattle judge there, I think that's one, though, from their back. His chest floor's up in him. He's got less of a breastplate than the 1 and 2, and you set him into motion, and his feet go the right direction. Good place there to lead with. Young lady's got a buzzsaw there in 2 as well, and I love that one. It's handled down his back. Man, that upper rib is just fresh and just shapely and good touch and shaping that goat. A ton of muscle and maybe a notch more feature at the ground than the class winner. For me, that one right there just pushes the limits, I think, in terms of body condition for me. And I can ask myself, okay, how true is he in his transitions there? If we just peel a little bit more bark off of him, I think maybe he gets a little bolder up front there than ideal, a little thicker there in his neck, the base of his neck, maybe compared to that class winner. Good pair of them there up high, and this one here in 3, guys, from the side, this one's body shape and bone work is just spot on with me. I love this one at the ground in terms of that foot size and bone work. Boy, that body shape on a 3/4 view, so cylinder and good there out of his shoulder blade. Of the top 3 or 4, that one's probably the one that gives up the most in terms of muscle shape and expression right there over the top of his rib. I'd just like to give him a little bit more there, and you know, I'm saying that on a goat that still has some, and you can see that crease in his back, but I think that's just how competitive this top end is there. Maybe we just give him a fraction more right down his back there just to compete, but a really high-quality, good-looking one there on the side. One coming in 4, really hard-toned, hard-touching kind of a goat that's got just a tremendous amount of muscle and carcass merit there. Good looking on the side. If we could bring him up in his tail head and maybe just give him a little bit more at the bottom of his rib there, I'd like him a little bit better to move him up. Black-headed goat here in 5, where that one's got feature and power and just big hip and big hind leg in him. He gets a little more conventional for me, I think, up front in this class. Maybe a class lighter or 2. I think he fits in right there pretty well as well. Gets a little shorter side excited as well as you start studying him there on the side view. But boy, that one touches really, really good. Good touch and good composition on him. If you want to join me in congratulating these kids, that's a really good class, really deep set of goats here in this particular class.
Exhibitor 35546 on the lamb side. We need you to check in. Your group is about to go in. Next to check in on the lamb side will be odd number class 10. Results from class 8 goats. 10th place, Luke Tucker, Palo Pinto County 4-H. 9th, Molly Mayberry, New Home FFA, breeder Smithwick Genetics. 8th, Hayes Hawthorne, Tahoka FFA. 7th, Sutton Powell, Tom Green County 4-H, breeder is Book Show Goats. 6th, Paisley Dubose, Brown County 4-H. 5th, Briscoe Black, Brown County 4-H, breeder is Blue Team Weathers. 4th, Lauren Calloway, Scurry County 4-H, breeder is Book Show Goats. 3rd, Hannah Getz, Klein Collins FFA, breeder is Sturt Show Goats. 2nd, Reagan Miller, Denver City FFA, breeder is Blue Team Weathers. And class winner was Turner Matkin, Kendall County 4-H. Congratulations to these exhibitors. Thank you, lamb exhibitors. We are missing an exhibitor card for 37299 on the goat side. We think somebody has picked it up, and if you have, please bring it up here to the announcer stand. 37299. Once again, your odd-numbered Class 10 final crosses can be checking in. Thank you, goat exhibitors. Once again, our Class 9 goats are checking in. And Class 10 odd-numbered fine wheel crosses are checking in if they have not done so. Thank you, goat exhibitors.
another real deep set here in this fine wool class. We're going to start out with one that, you know, you don't appreciate him really till you get your hands on him. Then you're kind of wowed by the sheep. He's one, you know, he comes out, moves around the ring good enough. He's not the tallest fronted, not the most exotic fronted one. You know, when he gets him propped up there, he's real good in his lines, good in his underlines, real good on his feet and legs. He's one of those when you get up over top of him, you really start to appreciate him, get your hands on him, you really, really like him. He's one that's opened up in the center portion of his body. He's got a big, big, bold rack in him, just super fresh and trim for his weight. You just really appreciate the amount of trimness he has. He's just a big, bold one. Like I said, big, big top in him, big loin. He just gets progressively wider. He's a big-ended one. He's big up high. He's big down low. You just love the muscle expression of this sheep. I just like it when they're this size, this maturity, and they still got plenty of expression of that, and they're this trim. Like I said earlier, it's easy to hide stuff, you know, when they're puffy fat, and this one is just, you know, from that standpoint is not that. He's just perfect in his handle and presented really nice out there. I think he comes out and wins that class the easiest. The one that comes to us in second is one that pairs up with him, in my mind, the closest as far as structural makeup. Really good on his feet and legs. He's probably a little more extended up through his front, although he's not quite as good in his lines as the one that wins the class. Really good in his rack shape, really fresh and really trim. That's where those two really pair up really nice. He's big loined and he's big ended. He just gives up a little bit of substance and mass to the one that wins the class. Young lady that's got one down here in third is real similar to the sheep that stands in second in terms of the body makeup and body construction. Good on her feet and legs, good bone work, big foot size. You know, when we start to analyze this one from the side, from a profile view from the side, gets just a little longer in its shoulder, just gets a little bit longer in that forerib from the top of its chine to its sternum. We just got a little bit more depth there in relation to its flank. When we compare him to the one that's in second, he's just not quite as tighty there in his underline and his forerib. Big rack, big loin, and big ended one. Again, he's not as fresh as the two that stand in front of him, so then he naturally comes down here in third. Fourth and fifth are the two, you know, more problematic ones for me. Is there some traits to these that you really like? There absolutely is. There's some things they excel in. The sheep that comes to us here in fourth, he's big boned, big footed, moderate in his build. He's got a tail head that he just throws that up sky high, and that just really hurts him at times. He's opened up in his rib cage. He's good in his shoulder. He's big racked. But, man, when he throws that tail head up as a breeder, that is one real tough thing to breed out of him, to get out of him. I know this is a market animal, but he has siblings out there that are going to be in programs, and you know, I'm really, really banging on him here, but I would like to change that about him. He's big-ended. He's fresh, but for me, because of that, he just ends up down here in fourth. The girl that's got the fifth place sheep from a two-dimensional side view, if we never handled these things and we didn't study that third dimension up over top and from behind, didn't put our hands on him, he's one that's going to come in here and win the class. He's just got an elegant look about him. He's just got a ton of show ring and eye appeal to him. When you get your hands on him, he really disappoints you. He's just really dried out for me today. He's just really stale. He's good in his lines. He just doesn't have the rack shape, just doesn't have the expression and the freshness as the sheep that stand up at the top end of the class. I think from a two-dimensional view, like I said, tremendous from that standpoint. He's just not fresh enough for me today. He's not expressive enough in his muscle shape to move up any higher, but just a tremendous class here, really competitive up on this top end.
Out of Class 9 market goats, the 10th place goat will need to go to the testing area. first and second place goats for classes 6, 7, and 8 should check in at the holding area. First and second place for classes 6, 7, and 8 for the Division II drive on the goat side.
Results from Class 9 Market Lambs. 10th place, Davis Etheridge, Highland FFA, breeder is Smithwick Club Lambs. 9th, Sutton McMahon, Coleman County 4-H, breeder is Smithwick Club Lambs. 8th, Raider McFall, Reagan County 4-H, breeder is NT Club Lambs. 7th, Curry Smithwick, Runnels County 4-H, breeder is Smithwick Club Lambs. 6th, Lane Powell, Erath County 4-H, breeder is Struby Livestock. 5th, McKinley Clem, New Home FFA, breeder is Justin and Bridget Jonas. 4th, Brody Fisher, Florence FFA, breeder is Struby Livestock. 3rd, Reagan Miller, Denver City FFA, breeder is Smithwick Club Lambs. 2nd was Alex Etheridge, Highland FFA, breeder is Smithwick Club Lambs. And our class winner was Graham Newsom, Hale County 4-H, breeder is Newsom Livestock. Congratulations to these exhibitors. Once again, our first and second place goats from classes 6 through 8 should check in at the holding area. Class 10 even numbered lambs will be checking in at the holding area. Class 10 evens. Exhibitor 48914, we need you to check in. Once again, the first and second place goats from classes 6 through 8 for the Division II Goat Drive need to check in. Thanks these lamb exhibitors as they exit the ring. Once again, we need our first and second place goats from classes 6, 7, and 8 for the Division II drive. We will be starting that here shortly. odd-numbered Class 11 final crosses should be checking in at the staging if they have not done so.
Well, I think another class here that, boy, I think some small differences, and to be honest, the top 4 here and top 5, I guess. I think the top 5 is very close, and then there's a little bit of a separation, but there's some pieces of each one of these that I like a great deal, but I don't know if there's one that comes together with all that, but here's how I see them, and I'll describe them to you. I think the paint goat here for me, man, that's the best one on the side. That one is high quality, he's smooth, he's good patterned, he's good built. You set him into motion, he stays together structurally, and his underline matches his top line there. We could change him, maybe just give him a bit more power in that rack shape right out of his blade right there. He's not stale, he's not dry, and he's got some shape there, but I think comparatively with the 2 and 3 and right behind him, I think that's where I would just make him a little bit better right there. But man, that's a good body, just good made, good built livestock right there that takes a great picture on the side and still has enough power and shape for me when we get right behind him. That man's got one here in 2, and I think the longer this thing goes on, man, that one just wants to get a little tired in his top line. When he came out, he was fired up, and his top line, his spine was where it needed to be. I think the longer we went here, I'd change him there and just make him stronger, like I said, in his top line. But that one's got a great touch to him. He is presented good, big, flat, wide loin in him, good body shape. But just got to maybe fix him there in terms of his lines, especially get him up on the side view there, propped up, I think, to get up over that class winner. The one that comes here in 3, boy, you could either take this one all the way to the front, or you can take him back there about 5 or 6, depending on where you want to go with your speed. That one has got a ton of leg shape, upper hip, great touch in terms of rack shape, loin edge, freshness, good touch, good hydration in that goat. That's one, though, of the 5. He is the highest conditioned up there through his forerib, and I'll take a little bit, but I think he's got too much for me there to get him into that top 5. And when we set him into motion, he's of the top 5 here, the one that may want to just roll downhill just a fraction more than ideal in my mind. But a good top 3 there, and man, she comes in with 4 with a really good kind of a go-to. I like this one out of the gate quite a bit, just in terms of body shape, presence, just chest floor width and elevation. Breastplate tucked up in that goat really, really well. And here's a go-to that touches okay for me. Not overwhelming in terms of touch and tone, but pretty good there and presented good. Maybe we get into a little bit more feature in that one. May just want to get a little bit rounder too in his shoulder blade up front. But I think that one offers us a lot of positives here and some pieces too in this class that I think are class advantages. Really a striking one that comes to us here in 5. I like this one on the side quite a bit. I think this one runs uphill, tall shoulders, just a really, really good goat that's smooth on the side view there, and one that I like from a 3/4. Maybe this one gets a nickel flatter in her heart, his heart and his forerib right there, and out through his upper hip. He's probably the greenest and rawest in terms of his touch, I think, of the top 5. Boy, another really good class here. Let's put our hands together for these kids. Another really, really deep set of goats here all the way through.
ready for our Division II Market Goat Drive. Coming out of Class 6, first place went to Cord Matkin, Kendall County 4-H. And second place went to Sydney Newsom, Edwards County 4-H. Out of Class 7, first place, Stratley Struby, Tom Green County 4-H. And second place, Hudson Franklin, Shallow Water FFA. From Class 8, first place, Turner Matkin, Kendall County 4-H. And second place, Reagan Miller, Denver City FFA. From Class 9, first place, Brett Bowers, Fredericksburg FFA. And second place, Turner Matkin, Comfort FFA. Folks, let's give these exhibitors a big round of applause.
We need several exhibitors for the odd-numbered Class 12 goats to check in. Those are weighing 105 to 107. If you have an odd-numbered Class 12, you need to check in.
Well, ringside, if you would, join me in giving these kids a big round of applause here in your middleweight goat division. Well, this one's been a heater. I think it's before lunch and after lunch, two good classes there, and when the dust settled, I couldn't be happier with the champion middleweight drive out here. I think these class winners come together, and boy, that lineup in front of me is pretty good. And there's some give and take in these things, and I know everybody's got their favorites, and I'll be honest, I'm still kind of going back and forth between about three of them because you bring the seconds into lineup over there as well, and I don't think the quality gets any worse, to be honest. I think there's some tough ones out here for sure, and there's some goats in this lineup in both rows that when they left home, they intended to shake a hand at the end of the day and be here till the end, and so I'm going to take just another minute here and go through and grab a hold of them one more time, and we're not going to discuss them, but boy, what a great set of middleweight goats. If you would, put your hands together one more time for these exhibitors. Nice job for these kids.
nice class here. I do think there is some give and take on several of these up here on the top end. Probably some things that, aspects and traits that I like, and then there's other things that I would definitely correct on some of these in comparison to some of those that we've looked at other classes here in these crosses. We're going to start out with the one that really is the most complete fault-free one in the class here. Structurally correct. He's got a good show ring presence about him. Good in his lines. Really opened up from one end to the other. Really big-ended one. He's just not as fresh as some of them that came out here earlier in classes. He's one that's just not as crisp up over his top. Big racked and big loin, but he's just not as expressive as some of those other ones we've seen. And he's just laying down a little bit more condition for me today. But I think for this particular class, he's one that comes out here, puts everything together, good enough to win this class for me today. One that comes to us here in second is one, again, good on her feet and legs, a little bit longer body than the one that wins the class, which I also think makes him just a little bit more restricted in his heart. He just gets a little bit narrower there when we get up over top of him and analyze the center portion of his body. We'd like to open him up just a little bit more there for my liking. He's one that he is pretty trim and he is pretty fresh. He just gives up some overall dimension in comparison to the one that wins the class. But I do appreciate the sheep from the way he does handle today. I appreciate the way that sheep's loin and hip is and lower leg is, but he's one when you get to analyzing him compared to the one that's in front of him, he's just not as wide from the center portion of his rib, not as wide in the center portion of his leg. Therefore, he ends up down there in second. Young man sheep here in third is one that comes out. When he comes out in the ring, he commands your attention right away. The sheep gets out, moves really good set of feet and legs. The longer he stands out here and the longer you analyze him, the worse that spine gets up in him. He really likes to get that spine up high in the center portion of his back. He's one we'd like to just, make him just a little bit more flexible there for me to move him up any higher in the class. He's built good, his lines are good, but just that spine in him is just a little bit problematic for me to move him up any higher in the class today. One that's down here in fourth is one of the frailer made ones in class. But again, he's right in his lines. He's good on his feet and legs. I'd like to give him just a little bit more substance of bone. Good in his rib cage. Got some rack shape and loin and hip shape to him and some stifle shape to him. He's one, though, if we could just make him just a little bit heavier structured, I think we could roll him up more higher in the class today. Lamb that comes down here in fifth to me is a really heavy structured one, big footed one, big boned one. But he's one that's just past 12 o'clock. He just gets a little stale when you get your hands up on top of him. He's stale in that rack shape. He's stale up over his loin. He's just carrying a little bit more cover to him. He's one you like the way he's built. He's good in his lines. He probably gets a little narrower bodied than some that stand in front of him. If we could freshen him up a little bit, I think he could contend just a little bit more tougher today in this class.
On the Market Goat side, our Division II champion went to Stratley Struby, Tom Green County 4-H, and reserve went to Turner Matkin, Kendall County 4-H. Class results for Class 9 goats. 10th place was Brett Dreyer, Uvalde County 4-H. Breeder is Evans Livestock. 9th went to Emmy Schwartz, Glasscock County 4-H. Breeder is Custer Show Goats. 8th went to Hannah Brooks, Burnett County 4-H. Breeder is Mark and Stephanie Evelyn. 7th went to Mason Hatfield, Mason County 4-H. Breeder is Mark and Stephanie Evelyn. 6th went to Brady Henderson, Williamson County 4-H. 5th went to Jenna Graves, Sunray FFA. 4th was Riley Valenkamp, Ramos County 4-H. 3rd, Reagan Miller, Denver City FFA. Breeder is Blue Team Weathers. 2nd went to Turner Matkin, Comfort FFA. And 1st was Brett Bowers, Fredericksburg FFA.
Market Lambs Class 10 results. 10th place was Addie Ketchum, Stephenville FFA. Breeder is Struby Livestock. 9th, Isabella and Weiss, Atascosa County 4-H. Breeder is Stoltz Sheep Company. 8th, Sienna Smith, Mason County 4-H. Breeder is Stoltz Sheep Company. 7th was Presley Barrett, Tom Green County 4-H. Breeder is Pat Jackson. 6th, Mason Lucky, Lubbock County 4-H. Breeder is Kitchens Club Lambs. 5th, Tyler Simpson, Williamson County 4-H. Breeder is Smithwick Club Lambs. 4th, Leighton Skelton, Runnels County 4-H. Breeder is Smithwick Club Lambs. 3rd went to Ben Flanagan, Runnels County 4-H. Breeder is Smithwick Club Lambs. 2nd, Riley Mae Clark, River Road FFA. Breeder is Newsom Livestock. And our class winner was Stony Cooley, Taylor County 4-H. Breeder is Smithwick Cub Lambs. Congratulations to these exhibitors. Your even-numbered Class 11 fine wool crosses can check in. Your odd-numbered Class 12 Division III goats are in the ring. Your even-numbered Class 12 division goats weighing 105 to 107 can be checking in. Once again, your even-numbered Class 11 fine wool crosses should be checking in if you have not done so. Thank you, lamb exhibitors. Thank you, goat exhibitors. It's your final call, Class 11, even numbered, fine wheel crosses. Your group is about to go in the ring. Four zero 852 and 40894. You are needed at the ring. On the goat side, 52905, 43200, and 48102. You are needed at the check-in. Goat 52905. Your group is going in the ring. Thank you, goat exhibitors. Your Class 13 even numbers can check in on the goat side, Class 13 evens. Correction, Class 13 odds on the goat side can check in, Class 13 odds. Thank you, lamb exhibitors. Your first and second place lambs from classes 7 through 10 will need to check in at the holding area shortly for the Fine Wool Cross Drive. And once again, your odd-numbered class 13 goats should be checking in. Again, your first and second place, class 7 through 10, Fine Wool Crosses, can check in.
nice class here to end this final cross drive off with. We're going to end up with a sheep up here that comes to the front. He doesn't do everything exactly what I'm looking for to come out here and win this class, but he has enough of the right things for me. He's correct. He's good on his feet and legs. He's right up there on his pasterns, which I do appreciate about that. Flexible on his hock. Sets his hock down where he should. His underline isn't quite as good as what we would like and what we've seen in some of the other ones. But when you start to analyze him from front to rear, getting up over top of him, that's where he ends up separating himself in this particular class. He's opened up enough in his rib cage for me. He's tremendously trim for his size. He's got just a great touch to him, a great handle to him. He's super fresh and he's super firm. He's got a big rack in him, a really big loin, and he just progressively gets wider as you analyze him from front to rear. Put all those things together, and he comes out and wins this class fairly easily. Next young man's lamb in class is one when he first comes out, hits the ring, you're thinking, yep, that's the one that's going to compete up here for this class, which he did. You know, he moves around really nice. He's really fluid in his motion, good on his feet and legs. He's really good in his lines. Why does he end up down here in second? Well, when you get to analyzing this guy from up over top, he just doesn't have the muscle structure. He doesn't have the muscle expression that the sheep that wins the class does. He's got a good spine in him. He's big racked. He's not as expressive. Isn't near as fresh as the sheep that wins the class. He's big loin and he's big ended. I just like to freshen him up, trim him up just a little bit to move him up in this particular class. That being said, the sheep down here in third is similar as far as the amount of condition he has. I just think he's just the next two here are just a little bit more over conditioned for what I'm looking for. I like to have him just a little trimmer, a little more expressive for me. The one that lands down here in third, he's better in his lines. They're both really good on their feet and legs. They're both opened up in the center portion of their body. He's one that's just better in his underline, better in his chest floor in relation to his flank than the sheep down here in fourth. Therefore, he lands in third. You get up over top of him, he's opened up in the center portion of his body. He's got a lot of muscle. He's got a lot of mass. He's just really over-conditioned for me at this stage of the game for what I prefer. Young lady's lamb that's down here in fourth. Again, real similar to the sheep that lands in third. He's got a lot of dimension to the center portion of his body. He's really opened up. It's a really bold one. Got a good shoulder blade in him on a good set of feet and legs. He's not as tall fronted as the sheep that stands up there in front of him. He's not quite as good in his underline. He's got a lot of top shape and loin and butt shape to him, but he's one that, again, just isn't as fresh. He's just carrying a little bit more condition for what I'm looking for. Sheep that's down here in fifth to finish off these top five for this particular class. It's a good looking one as he gets out here and moves in the ring. He's one, the way his body structure is, the way he's built isn't quite as nice as the sheep that stand in front of him. Talked about some earlier in the day that just get a little bit longer in their blade, a little bit longer in their rib cage. He's one of those that's just longer from the top of his spine to the bottom of his sternum. I'd like to give him just a little bit more turn to his rib cage. Just change him just a little bit in that rib cage some, drop his flank in him to move him up higher in the class. He's a good muscled sheep. He's a little bit over-conditioned, not as expressive as some of the others either, but he's one that complements these top four that stand above him. Therefore, he ends up in fifth in this particular class. Nice set of finals to finish off this drive.
Just a reminder, on the Dorper classes, we're bringing the entire class each time. So class 14 Dorpers, the entire class will come to the check-in area. Which we will start right after this final cross drive. We are ready for our fine wool cross drive. Coming out of Class 7, first place was Raina Powell, Erath County 4-H. First place from Class 8 was Luke Krippendorf, Davenport FFA. First from Class 9 was Graham Newsom, Hale County 4-H. First place from Class 10 was Stony Cooley, Taylor County 4-H. And first place from Class 11 was Avery Brooks, Mason County 4-H. Second place from Class 7 was Tristan Neal, Smyre FFA. Second from Class 8 was Avery Brooks, Mason County 4-H. Second from Class 9 was Alex Etheridge, Highland FFA. Second place from Class 10 was Riley Mae Clark, River Road FFA. And second place from Class 11 was Stony Cooley, Taylor County 4-H. Folks, let's give these lamb exhibitors a big round of applause.
Class 14 Dorpers, please check in at the holding area. Class 14 Dorpers. Well, we get into another pretty deep set of them here, to be honest, and this top end is way good in my mind. I think there's some things that are starting to line up here in some of these classes that suit me pretty good, and I'll be honest, I took a little bit of time on this because I think the top 4, 5, I think all these 5 out here have class advantages, just like the last class we taught. The paint goat that leads off, though, when that one came in, I thought, man, that one right there is what we're going to work around, and then the young man comes in with one that's probably a polar opposite in terms of just the way he's made, and I'm thinking, okay, well, what direction do you want to go, Josh, here? But, you know, the one that we lead with is my speed. That's the kind that I like. Compositionally right, that one has enough muscle, I think, for its body and its build and its structure, and I kept asking myself that from behind, but when you watch that thing come at you and go away, he's as wide at the ground, as wide from behind as any, and you get your hands on him, he's true in his shape, and just, I think body condition-wise, he has the advantage and still has fresh muscular shape up high. Put that one into motion, and he's the best one in class, too, when you set him into motion. Like that one a great deal there on the top end. Young man's got one here in 2, and I know he's got a lot of fans, and I'm a fan of him, too. I think if this one was a stud buck, he's a changer just because he's so different. You know, I love his feature at the ground, and you talk about his bone and his hair and how much power he has up high still and how much outer leg shape he's got. That one right there is definitely unique in my mind. We get our hands on him. He is the shortest sided of the top 3. He's probably the fattest of the top 3 there as well, or top 5 as well, I think, over his rib. And so I asked myself, let's feel a little bit of bark off of him, and how well will I like him then? And so I don't think, I think he's as true in his shape and leanness there is maybe that class winner. 2 of them that don't really pair up there, but I think they're the 2 best ones in my mind. And I like the one to come in here in 3, don't get me wrong. This one comes in too, and I pulled this one immediately. I love that one coming at you in the chest floor. To me, this is one too that's made a lot like the class winner just in terms of design and look. I think maybe in terms of just shape and raw power and muscle, I don't think this one gets up into the top pair for me. I'd like to trim him up there and give him just a little bit more rise out of his rack shape and give him some more hardness and touch there down his back. I think to get him into that top pair.
good trio of them. And then we come into 4 and talk about one that's just got a great chest floor in him and an underline in him that you just got to love, especially in these heavier weight goats. Man, this one's up off the ground. He's big in his forearm. He's big in his chest when he comes at you. Sweep to his belly's good. His center body's good. Think up on top, he's maybe just not quite as fresh to the touch. He's not quite as fresh in terms of his tone. Ideally at the ground for this weight, maybe like to see a little more structure under him as well. We round out the top 5 here with one that's just fit incredibly well into this class. Big time muscle and shape and expression. And this guy gets a little rounder out of his hip, a little bit easier in his top line when we set him into motion. If you would, put your hands together. Really outstanding class here in these heavyweights. Still bringing us a lot of good ones.
Tremendous set of fine wool crosses out here. I think we've got some on the top end of every class that were extremely good. I think we've got some out here, obviously the ones that I found that I prefer. You know, as Justin and I kind of conferred on these things as going through class, you know, there's really these two kind of separate themselves. It comes down to which ones do you prefer. I do believe there's one that's more fault-free, surely more fault-free, especially in his hind legs, and there's just more to him. As we go through all these classes today, just a tremendous set of lambs out here, really good as far as structural correctness, good on their feet and legs. Some are just a touch better than others. Some of these are just, for this stage of the game, the muscularity, the trimness, the freshness, I think are ideal. I'll go out there and select your grand at this time. We'll bring that second one up to analyze for reserve, and then we'll pick your reserve.
Our champion Fine Wheel Cross is Graham Newsom of Hale County 4-H, and reserve is Luke Krippendorf, Davenport FFA. Congratulations to these exhibitors. Results from Class 12 Goats. 10th place was Brendan Kennedy, Oakwood FFA. 9th was Grace Moore, Tom Green County 4-H. 8th, Roston Bowles, Wilson County 4-H. Breeder is Sturt Show Goats. 7th, Zane Walker, Eastland FFA. 6th, Miles Hoffman, Glasscock County 4-H. 5th, Brazos Blue, Hill County 4-H. Breeder is Shank Show Goats. 4th, Ashton Adams, Brown County 4-H. 3rd, Brinley Hogg, Lubbock County 4-H. Breeder is Blue Team Weathers. 2nd, Briscoe Black, Brown County 4-H. Breeder is Blue Team Weathers. And our class winner was Sydney Newsom, Edwards County 4-H. Congratulations. Class 11 Market Lamb results. 10th place was Dally Job, Palo Pinto County 4-H. Breeder is Stoltz Sheep Company. 9th was Laney Unterkircher, Swisher County 4-H. Breeder is Newsom Livestock. 8th was Pash Gibbs, Valverde County 4-H. Breeder is Horwood Show Lambs. 7th, Ben Flanagan, Runnels County 4-H. Breeder is Stoltz Sheep Company. 6th was Amy K. Mathis, Clayburgh Kennedy County 4-H. Breeder is Justin and Bridget Jonas. 5th, Hadley Holtman, Hale County 4-H. Breeder is Struby Livestock. 4th, Tinley Whitley, Abilene Wiley FFA. Breeder is Smithwick Club Lambs. 3rd, Reagan Miller, Denver City FFA. Breeder is Justin and Bridget Jonas. 2nd, Stony Cooley, Taylor County 4-H. Breeder is Stoltz Sheep Company. And our class winner was Avery Brooks, Mason County 4-H. Breeder is Stoltz Sheep Company. Thank you, GOAT exhibitors. Tag 47803 on the goat side. You are needed at check-in. Class 15 Dorpers can check in at the holding area. That's the entire class, odds and evens, class 15. Thank you, lamb exhibitors. Your odd-numbered Class 14 goats will be next to check in, weighing 114 to 120. Give these goat exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring.
Nice set of Dorpers to start out with. I think we're gonna use one here that comes out and just works its way up to the top. When we get this one out in the ring, moves fluid enough, broke nice where you can really see the sheep's lines when they move. She gets the sheep stuck, excellent in its lines, really good on its feet and legs, stands right up there on its pasterns, right up there on its toes where I like to have them. Underline is extremely good. Where this one really excels over the next 2-3 sheep in class, you get up over top of him and analyze him from front to rear, from his shoulder blade to his rib cage. It's a really good transition there. He's got a tremendous amount of turn to his rib cage in the center portion of his body. He excels there over the other sheep that are in class. Big rack, really expressive up in his rack, big loin, big ended. Just really complements everything together and the things I'm looking for, and I think easily comes out here and wins that. Lamb that comes to us in second is one again. Really good on his feet and legs, stands right up there in his pasterns. I think where this one excels is in his chest floor. Chest floor is tucked up, way up in there, which is really nice on this breed of sheep. He's got enough turn to his rib cage, got enough rack shape, loin shape's good. Gets a little up in his chine for me in relation to the sheep that wins the class. Wants to break just slightly there behind his rack shape. But I think there's some things that he puts together just a little bit nicer than the sheep in third, and therefore he lands down here in second for me. Sheep in third is one that we talked about internal dimension, turn to their rib cage, having them opened up in the center portion of his body. I think that's where this sheep I'd like to change him some. He's really good on his feet and legs, tremendous in his lines, really good muscle characteristics. He's expressive, he's trim, but where his shoulder blade meets his rib cage, we want him just a little more opened up in his center part of his body, just give him a little more turn to his rib cage. For me, for what we're looking for and the kind of sheep we want to raise, big rack, big loin, and big ended. But if I could change his rib cage, he'd compete higher up in this class, but a really nice one to use for third. Down here in fourth is where we get a little bit more of a break from the top end to the next stage. He's a sheep. When he first came out here, I thought he's got a lot of eye appeal. He's got a lot of look, got a lot of show ring presence. He's one that's going to compete for the top two holes in the class. But the more you study him, get your hands on him to analyze him, he gives up just a lot of muscle shape compared to the sheep that stand in front of him. He's opened up in his rib cage. He's got a lot of internal dimension, a lot of capacity, but he's just not near as fresh enough in his rack shape to move up any higher in the class today. Young man sheep down here in fifth. He's one that's structurally correct, really good on his toes, good in his lines. Why is he stand down here in fifth? He just gives up a lot of shape, gives up a lot of gas compared to the ones that are up in front of him. He's one that's just not opened up enough in his body and just doesn't have as much muscle shape and muscle volume as the ones that stand in front of him to move up any higher. But a really nice set of Dorpers to start this drive out with.
Class 14 lambs. 10th place, Laney Lastly, Mason FFA. Breeder is Jade Livestock. 9th, Carter Killam, Tom Green County 4-H. Breeder is Drennan Sheep Company. 8th, Lauren Meyer, Bandera County 4-H. Breeder is Allen Ranch. 7th, Grace Upham, Crockett County 4-H. Breeder is Upham Ranch. 6th, Royce Cook, Runnels County 4-H. Breeder is Book Dorpers. 5th, Brody Rader, Gillespie County 4-H. Breeder is Raider Ranch. 4th, Richard Spencer, Fisher County 4-H. Breeder is Rich Ranch Dorpers. 3rd, Trevor Hill, Valverde County 4-H. Breeder is Hill Ranch Dorpers. 2nd, Kinley Land, Brown County 4-H. Breeder is Kelly Hair Sheep. And our class winner, Haley Rodriguez, Pettis FFA, Breeders Book Dorpers. Congratulations.
working to these heavier weights on the goat side. You know, I think the kids are doing a real good job of keeping these things together and compositionally wise, still being acceptable and maintaining their body condition and yet freshness to touch and handle. And I admire that. That's a chore sometimes with maturity working against you and age. And I think, when the dust settles, I think you just got to build around the class winner here in my mind. I think just when you go in for close inspection on that one, you grab a hold of that one, upper rib cage and loin edge, just massive in terms of his handle and touch and tone there. And yet when we set him into motion, I think he's still good enough up through his chest floor. I wouldn't call him ideal at the point of his shoulder or in his breastplate there, but I still think in motion he probably looks better up through that portion of his body than he does on the stand there, because he wants to kind of lunge forward and run downhill just a little bit. Boy, that one right there packs a punch and still has some look and some presence to him in this class. I think a hard call here in 2 and 3, and to be honest, I like this one in 2 quite a bit. I think he's got some ESPs in the class. He's probably the tallest at the point of his shoulder, the most extended up through that front 1/3, and I love that about him. And combine that with that bone size and put some substance there to ground, I think that's unique. And I think his breastplate's still up where it needs to be in him at this age and maturity. A goat that still handles incredibly well, I think, in this class. For me, maybe he's a little bit lower in his tail head. Maybe when we set him into motion there, he just wants to maybe kind of deviate in his spine and go down and get a little bit in and out down his spine there. I think when we walk him out, he doesn't stay true in his lines. Just maybe either goes on either side of him. Still a lot of value in that one. Like his body shape there as well on the 3/4 view quite a bit. Goat 1/3 comes out, and boy, that one hits you with a lot of tone and touch there as well. And I love that one's center body, probably as well as any in this class, just in terms of his midrib and his flank. He's got good feel in him. He's ideal for me in terms of just his feel and where he's at, because that underline just looks perfect matching his top line. And yeah, he's probably not the most chiseled up through his chest floor, but with that right amount of fill and belly in him, looks the part there on the side view. You know, I guess for me, that one gets a little thicker neck, maybe a little coarser headed there and a little coarser necked up front, I guess, compared to those that are above him. I don't know if maybe he's just got the touch there over his loin edge and where it hooks up into his upper hip as the 2 there right above him. Is still a nice goat there laying in 3. He's got one coming here in 4 that, boy, that one puts together a real good look on the side for me. He's as level in his spine as any in class and as level and long out through that hip as any. I think on the 3/4 view, and when you get behind for these weights where these goats are at, I just got to ask for that one just to come to class with a little bit more there in his upper hip and his pin set from behind, I think, to make everything kind of proportion out or to match and fit there together and blend him as smooth as maybe those 3 above him. White-headed goat coming here in 5 is a nice one as well, and a close call here for me, because here's one that I liked in class quite a bit in terms of lift and elevation. I think as the class went on, he wants to get weaker in his top line, maybe not quite as much in terms of his upper hip and pin set there either as the goats there above him. Good class here to work through. Congratulations to these young people. Let's put our hands together, show them our appreciation.
King Market Goats. 10th place was Derek Vaughn, Abilene Wiley FFA. 9th, Nathaniel Casares, Randall County 4-H. 8th, Sam Gustin, Dallin Hartley County 4-H. 7th was Audrey Bettiga, Erath County 4-H. 6th, Blake Wells, Cypress Ranch FFA. 5th, Mackenzie Evans, Burnett County 4-H. Breeder is Evans Livestock. 4th, Emma Medlin, Parker County 4-H. 3rd, Avery Walker, Uvalde County 4-H. 2nd, Coda Davis, Sutton County 4-H. Breeder is Custer Showgoat. And our class winner was Stradley Struby, Tom Green County 4-H. Breeder was Hutto Livestock. Congratulations. Class 14 even numbered goats can check in. Class 14 even. Give these lamb exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring. We need our first and second place Dorpers from class 14 to check in.
Thank you, goat exhibitors.
Very nice class to end the day off with, and to represent the Dorper breed, we're going to start out with a sheep that suits me pretty well. Really correct, really a tall fronted one, tall at the point of his shoulder, matches the elevation of his front with a really good underline. He's really opened up in the center portion of his body. He's got plenty of flank in him. He's a sheep. When you get your hands on him, he doesn't disappoint at all. He's a big, expressive racked one. He really just out-handles everything in the class. He's really smooth in his transitions from his rack to loin and loin to hip. He's big-ended. He's opened up in the center portion of his leg, too. Moves out really good. I think he just combines everything to easily win this class. The one that we're going to use in second is the one that follows him the closest. We've got a lot of variation in size, and it looks like age and for sure weights in these classes, but regardless of the variation, you know, in size, good ones are good ones, and this one matches that first one the best. He's really good again in his feet and legs, good in his underline, a little bit longer bodied one, so he doesn't hold himself quite together quite as nice, but you get your hands on him, he's big racked, he's really expressive in his rack shape, he's really expressive in his leg shape. His muscle quality and expression and character follows that first one the closest, therefore he's going to be our second place one. Young man sheep that comes to us in third is one when he hits the ring you really like him. Love the way he moves about the ring. He stands tall fronted. He stands really true in his lines when he stays really true in his lines when he's moving. He's good on his feet and legs. He's a big footed one. He matches the type and design of our second place sheep, but he gives up a lot of muscle shape compared to those first two in class. He's ones when you get your hands on him, he disappoints just a little bit. But I do appreciate the sheep enough to put him up here in third for the way he moves about the ring. Tall fronted, good in his lines, really good in his spine. Got a lot of muscle volume to him. He just doesn't have the expression and the freshness as the two that stand in front of him today. Young man sheep in fourth is one of those when I talk about variation. He's one of the biggest sheep in class, one of the most mature ones in class. There's things I like about the sheep, but then there's things I can critique about him more than the three that stand in front of him. He's not quite as nice on his feet and legs as the sheep that stand in front of him. He gets down on his pasterns just a little bit. He's a high muscle volume type of sheep that I appreciate. He's not as fresh as the ones that stand in front of him. He gets lower in his shoulder on the move and when he's stuck than he is relative to the height of his hip, which throws him off a little bit. Like I said, a high volume sheep, high muscle volume sheep that you like, but a little bit of that comes with age and maturity. And I just think we have three individuals above him when we start to compare and contrast all the parts. This one's parts just don't add up to the sum of the totals of the three that stand in front of him. Therefore, he ends up down here in fourth. Sheep that comes to us at us in fifth just gives up a lot of shape and dimension to the sheep that all stand in front of him. Structurally correct, right up there on his toes, good in his lines. When you get up over top of him and analyze this one from front to rear, he just gives up a lot of power to the sheep that stand in front of him. If they're all equal in the way they're built and their structure and their skeleton, I always say let's put as much muscle shape on him as we can. That's where this one just gives up a little bit, therefore he ends up down here in fifth. But a really nice set of Dorpers in this particular class to end up this drive with.
I think we're about ready for our Dorper drive. Coming out of Class 14, first place went to Haley Rodriguez, Pettis FFA. And out of Class 15, first place was Avery Walton, Eastland FFA. Second place from Class 14 was Kinley Land, Brown County 4-H. And second place from Class 15 was Madeline Ann Howell, Comal County 4-H. Folks, let's give these exhibitors a big round of applause. Class 15 Lamb results. 10th place was Peyton Hanley, San Saba County 4-H. Breeder is Kelly Hairsheep. 9th was Cassidy Smith, Williamson County 4-H. Breeder is Zinsmeyer Showstock. 8th, Gentry Phillips, Llano County 4-H. Breeder is Rich Ranch Dorpers. 7th, Briley Raider, Gillespie County 4-H. Breeder is Drennan Sheep Company. 6th, Addison Helms, Collin County 4-H. Breeder is Kelly Hairsheep. 5th, Brazos Blue, Hill County 4-H. Breeder is Wilson Family Livestock. 4th, Hadley Johnson, Medina County 4-H. Breeder is Kelly Hairsheep. 3rd, Jacob Connor, Gillespie County 4-H. Breeder is Raider Ranch. 2nd, Madeline Ann Howell, Comal County 4-H. Breeder is Rich Ranch Dorpers. And our class winner was Avery Walton, Eastland FFA. Breeder was Kelly Hairsheep. Congratulations.
Hair sheep here are Dorpers, not as big in numbers as some of our other breeds, but I think quality, especially up on the top end, is tremendous. Talked about them all in class. The one that we're going to use for Grand, I think he easily came out here and wins this deal for the type and kind that he is and the way this guy handles. The reserve that we're going to use follows that one extremely close as well. And won't belabor this a whole lot, talked them in class, but two excellent sheep here to represent the Dorper breed.
Our champion Dorper goes to Avery Walton, Eastland FFA, and reserve goes to Madeline Ann Howell, Comal County 4-H. Congratulations. We will start back on the lamb side with our South Downs tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock.